since in our country there is talk again of building nuclear reactors, so it's very relevant for us. Just a few informations. So the morning session is dedicated to a media briefing for journalists, and the afternoon session is a public event open to all registered people. So the full report is already available, right?
Yes.
For free download. So you will find the address in the program. Well, the report provides since 20 years a comprehensive overview of nuclear-powered plant data, including information on age, operation, production, and construction of reactors. So there is also a chapter on the state of development of small modular reactors. In Italy, we talk about them as if they were an operational technology, but in fact, we see from the report that they are less advanced than generally thought. So in addition, this year, the report assesses in a focused chapter the challenges of integrating nuclear power into the energy system, complemented by an analysis on nuclear power versus renewable energy deployment. So another very relevant chapter is on Russian nuclear interdependencies and looks into supplies from Russia and into Western industries' dependence on Russia as a client for their products. So there is a lot of very relevant information in this report. We will present it in half an hour. In the meantime, I call Benjamin Fishman to the table from the Heinrich-Böll-Stiftung Paris, Letizia Magaldi, Kyoto Club president, and Jochen Alswede, head of Directorate General Research and Long-Term Documentation of the German Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management, that we made an introduction. So the table is on Benjamin Fishman. Please.
Thank you very much. As you know, every year the global launch of the report takes place in a different country, but this year it is Italy's turn, a country where, despite 2 referenda, a meticulous agenda-setting work is being carried out to bring nuclear power back to the center of the energy debate. Today, I have the pleasure to represent the Heinrich-Böll-Stiftung, a political foundation close to the German Green Party, which has been supporting this initiative for almost 15 years, an initiative coordinated by Mycle Schneider and carried out thanks to his valuable collaborators around the world. However, such an important initiative is only possible thanks to the collaboration with other institutions, such as the Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung, the German Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management, the Kyoto Club, and the Free Coordination, whom I would like to thank. Our foundation takes its name from an important figure of post-war pacifist and anti-nuclear activism in Germany. And in Germany, it is now 2 years since nuclear power has not been used to produce electricity. This was not a case of a narrow-minded and ideological rejection of a technology that is for sure interesting from an engineering and theoretical point of view. But in many respects, from SMRs to fusion, it is precisely still mere theory. Publications such as this one help us to refocus the debate on the real capacity of this technology to provide concrete and timely, and I want to underline timely, solutions to the climate crisis that cannot wait for the pace of the nuclear power. We know that with construction times that are often uncertain and costs that can multiply by up to 8 to 10 times, nuclear power cannot establish itself as a real alternative to fossil fuels, not to mention the issues of uranium supply, waste, and decommissioning. What we also know is that even after all these obstacles, once in operation, nuclear power plants cannot always guarantee what is described as one of their main qualities, being the ability to provide energy on a constant basis. In fact, it is enough for the water that is supposed to cool a power plant to be too hot, as it happened just 2 months ago in France, or for corrosion to cause 32 out of 56 reactors to be simultaneously undergoing maintenance, for the power plants to be forced to shut down, with the consequences we know on the energy crisis. On the eve of the 40th anniversary of Chernobyl and the 15th anniversary of Fukushima, it is paramount to focus on real alternatives to fossil fuels that are not dangerous and useless smoke and mirrors, which waste time in the face of the imminent climate crisis. In a sector such as energy, where transparency often gives way to economic interests, it is crucial to have independent voices that examine and scrutinize data and figures on nuclear power around the world. I would therefore like to thank once again all the authors for their tireless work and for their fundamental role as watchdogs of the sector. Una buona giornata a tutte e tutti voi.
Thank you, Benjamin. After this short welcome, I will pass the stage to Letizia Magaldi, Kyoto Club president, for a general introduction.
Thank you, Elena. Good morning to everybody. As Kyoto Club, we are particularly proud to host today the publishing of the World Nuclear Industry Status Report in 2025. A particular thanks to Mycle Schneider for the deep work and the collaboration with our association. The history of nuclear power in Italy is characterized by a pioneering role in the extraction of power plants, which led the country to become the third largest producer of nuclear power in the world in the 1960s, with plants in Latina, Trino, Garigliano, and Caorso. Then, with a few decades, two referendums, one in 1987 in the wake of Chernobyl and in 2011 after Fukushima, drew a clear line, sanctioning a voluntary withdrawal from nuclear power, an unprecedented choice in Europe. However, while nuclear power disappeared from the political agenda, the expertise did not vanish, and several companies continued to work abroad, also collaborating on the international ITER program. Today, driven by an increasingly alarming climate crisis, by the European taxonomy that has recognized nuclear power as a sustainable activity, provided that strict standards are met, and by the acceleration represented by the energy shock triggered by the war in Ukraine, Italy has returned to questioning the use of nuclear power. Price volatility and the fragility of a system still dependent on gas and electricity imports have highlighted how precarious our energy mix is. The electricity grid, which is unbalanced between the north and south, requires programmable sources capable of compensating for the fluctuation generation of renewables. It is in this context that in 2025, the government opened the door to a possible revival of the sector, aiming to achieve a share between 11% and 22% of electricity production by 2050 with nuclear power, in particular with small modular reactors and advanced modular reactors. The industrial world is moving forward, and the Meloni government is pushing in this direction. Studies such as those by Confindustria, Enea, and Ernst & Young estimated a market worth 46 billion by 2050, 1,000 new jobs, and up to 10 billion saved each year in energy bills. In reality, as history of recent decades in the West shows, these scenarios represent an aspiration that has little chance of being realized. The Bank of Italy itself, in its occasional paper L'atomo fuggente, the fleeing atom, published in June 2025, highlights how the return of nuclear power is unlikely to have a significant impact on the final price of electricity, since even modular reactors remain highly capital-intensive investments characterized by returns spread over the long term. The main contribution is therefore not to be found in a reduction in immediate cost, but rather in the ability to stabilize the volatility of electricity price, mitigation exposure to international markets, and offering greater protection to business and household in the face of possible shocks. However, the study also highlighted new potential critical issues related to dependence on foreign supplies of fuel and advanced components, as well as the geopolitical risk arising from global uranium chains. A further concerns related to the timing. The construction times, which are inevitably long even for SMR, appears difficult to reconcile with the urgency of reducing emission. From this perspective, if nuclear power even returns to the national energy mix, it will at the best complement renewables in a decarbonization process that will continue to rely heavily on solar, wind, and storage systems. The risk, if anything, is that renewables growth will slow down, reaching levels above 80% by the middle of the next decade. Germany's target is 2030. An analysis of characteristics of the emerging overall energy system indicates that photovoltaics, batteries, and power electronics are already changing the logic of the overall system in a way that makes it increasingly difficult to integrate nuclear energy. Time frames play a key role. Until a nuclear power plant decided on today begins to produce electricity, new technology will have radically transformed the energy system. Interesting insights into this critical issue are contained in the chapter of the report presented today, Challenges on Integrated Nuclear Energy into the Energy System, of the World Nuclear Industry Status Report. It highlights how the logic of energy system is changing radically, with increasingly decentralized electricity production involving millions of investors and operators. Generation technology are transforming from gigantic and customized to modular and mass-produced. Moreover, grid-forming inverters are now available that can play an important role in stabilizing the grid in critical situations. Proposing nuclear energy as a part of a stable energy mix with a highly fluctuating renewable source overlooks its weaknesses. For technical and economic reasons, nuclear power plants do not provide the kind of flexible and programmable that can fill the gaps between solar production peaks. In the face of hypothetical nuclear scenarios, it is therefore essential to look at the present. Italy is experiencing an unprecedented season in the field of renewables. In May 2025, renewable sources covered 50.9% of national electricity demand, a historic record, while photovoltaic recorded a 27% increase compared to the same months last year. The role of solar energy has also exploded in Europe. In June 2025, photovoltaics became the UE main source of energy for the first time, accounting for 22.1% of electricity production, surpassing gas, coal, and even nuclear energy. This signal is powerful and irrefutable. Renewables are no longer a promise, but a reality that is growing rapidly and strongly. PV and wind are the most onshore wind are the most economic way to generate energy. Terna, the transmission network operator, reminds us that fluctuating generation needs adequate storage system as we continue to install solar and wind power. Short and long-term capacity is needed. Lithium-ion battery do the day-to-day, while pumping and long-duration energy storage are building the future with pilots and commercial plants already in operation. We cannot ignore this fact. Italy, and with it Europe, is demonstrating that a reliable energy transition can be based on renewables. In nuclear power, we need to place this reflection in the current context. SMR could be a valuable complement if, and only if, they meet the demand for stability and do not shift it to uncertain terrain and timescales. We must embrace a coherent vision, efficiency, smart grids, storage, distributed generation, renewables, and only where necessary, advanced nuclear power. Only in this way we can build a truly resilient, sustainable, and democratic electricity system. Italy is now at a crossroad. As a country that has twice said no to nuclear power, it could choose to explore new solutions such as SMR, which are currently only hypotheses with very uncertain timescale and costs. But at the same time, it is already undergoing another revolution, that of renewables and storage, which are already proving capable of covering more than half of our consumption and have taken the lead in Europe. As highlighted by Irina, in 2024, 91% of new renewable projects have been cheaper than fossil fuels, and 87% of new power capacity installed in the world has been renewable. In the past 10 years, lithium-ion battery, LCOS, has fallen substantially by more than half, and 22% in the last year. Between historical memory and the future, between atomic promises and solar certainties, the real challenge will not be to choose a single path, but to compose a coherent mosaic of solutions in which renewables are the backbone and nuclear power, if it ever really enters the picture, a complement. For this reason, more than ever, transparency, stable rules, democratic participation, and independent data are needed. The World Nuclear Industry Status Report remains the benchmark for distinguishing reality from illusion. It is from here that Italy will have to decide whether and how nuclear power can be part of its energy future. Only then we'll be able to clearly assess whether nuclear power can be part of our real energy future or whether it risks remaining yet another unfulfilled promise. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Letizia, for this very interesting general introduction. Now I'll introduce Jochen Alswede from the German Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management that will give us a topical introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. On behalf of the Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management, it is my really great pleasure to welcome you all to today's launch of the 2025 World Nuclear Industry Status Report. And like its previous versions, the 2025 report offers a perspective on the global state of nuclear energy that is unique. So let me start by congratulating Mycle Schneider and his team of international authors for this outstanding work. I think many aspects and important aspects regarding this report and the topic has been highlighted by Ms. Magali and Mr. Fisherman. So let me just perhaps add. We've seen 2025 has been a critical year for the future of nuclear energy. Last year, perhaps also marked by a lot of rhetoric about the renaissance of nuclear power. And this year, we seemingly witnessed the beginning, perhaps, of a shift from mere rhetoric to action we see worldwide, at least in some sense. First, some countries that formally decided to exit nuclear energy have taken active steps to reverse their decisions. In May, for instance, the Belgian parliament voted to repeal a law from 2003 that prescribes Belgium's phase out of nuclear energy. As we heard, and you are all aware here, the Italian government had also prepared plans to return to nuclear energy, which are yet to be approved by parliament, of course. And even in Denmark, a country that banned the construction of traditional nuclear reactors since 1985, the government has now moved to analyze the benefits of adopting new generations of nuclear technologies. The second shift from rhetoric to action has taken place in states that are already committed to nuclear power. In many of these countries, political decisions in favor of new construction projects have been made. Poland and Czechia, to name two examples from the European Union, have recently determined sites for new SMR power plants, where technology designs from the US and UK are planned to be deployed. In the US, big technology corporations have made deals with nuclear energy producers, either to use existing power plants or to construct entirely new nuclear power reactors. As the argument goes, nuclear power is without any alternative in order to meet the rapidly growing energy demand of data centers and AI applications. Finally, the often repeated argument is that nuclear power is a sustainable form of energy, and that just received a significant boost. Just a couple of days ago, the European Union General's Court dismissed Austria's attempt to exclude nuclear activities from the European Commission's list of officially approved sustainable investments. But meanwhile, there is still no fully operational repository for the high-level radioactive waste anywhere in the world. In other words, there's no proven method to safely dispose the waste, whose volume will only increase if those new investments indeed come into operation. So I think that is why, that's one of the reasons why I am still convinced that nuclear power is per definition no sustainable energy producing technology. If you look at these developments, the revival of nuclear energy seems like a conclusion, like a foregone conclusion. Yet, if you look at beyond the headlines, the political actions we have witnessed this year raise numerous questions. For example, how will new construction projects be financed and how long will they take? That question was raised before. Can SMR designs actually be turned into working power plants? Will these reactors facilitate waste disposal, as often promised, or will they complicate it? Do we really need nuclear energy to meet climate goals if we already have a proven alternative, renewables, at our disposal? And do renewables and nuclear energy really work as perfect complements to each other, as is often claimed? Asking these and other questions has been the hallmark of the World Nuclear Industry Status Report for almost 2 decades now. And more importantly, of course, the status report has consistently provided the data that can help to find us answers to these questions. To do so, the international experts behind the report has been digging deep. They've analyzed hundreds of sources, from policy documents to statistical data, to paint a nuanced picture of the status of the world nuclear industry that looks beyond the daily headlines. For many years now, the status report has shown that the nuclear energy's share of global electricity production has been declining. Many nuclear construction projects continue to face problems with rising costs and substantial delays. Similarly, the status report has repeatedly highlighted that SMRs are still not a commercial reality. And finally, the report has demonstrated that capacity for renewable electricity has continued to expand at a significantly faster pace than its nuclear counterpart. Against this background, I'm very excited to learn more about this year's results and findings, and to get answers to the questions. Do these trends we see continue? Is the gap between promises and reality is closing, or it is widening? Nuclear power has always been, and continues to be a highly divisive issue. It is therefore of utmost importance that our political and societal debates are informed by hard facts and independent analysis. And that is also why we, as the Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management in Germany, are supporting these kinds of projects. Year after year, the World Nuclear Industry Status Report had delivered such analysis and continues to be an indispensable voice in this nuclear field. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the presentation.
So, thank you, Jochen Alswede of the German Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management. A very interesting introduction. We are now coming to the real presentation of the World Nuclear Industry Status Report 2025. So I'll give the stage to Mycle Schneider that coordinates and published this report and has been doing so for the past 20 years. So please, Mycle, for a global overview. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Is this better? Okay. Thank you very much for the introductions. Thank you very much for all the support we had. Our local hosts put an enormous amount of work into preparing these events, and my heartfelt thanks. But, you know, first and foremost, I thank my colleagues who have worked tirelessly for months and months to put this together around the world, and I'm very glad that we have a number present, several team members here present, and we have another couple of members, one in Nagasaki in Japan and one in South Africa at the University of Johannesburg. So this is really meant to be a global project, and I think this is what it is showing today. So let me try to, as the usual thing, you know, we have these technical issues, so sharing a Zoom presentation. Well, this is working rather well for the time being. So yeah, the lights maybe. Just very quickly, what is the World Nuclear Industry Status Report? It really is a report that is put together by an international team of experts that are from around the planet, as I said. And it's an interdisciplinary team that does put together a multi-indicator analysis. I'm just wondering how I can get rid of the line here. Okay. We will have several speakers. All will speak from this computer, either online or present, and we will move from one speaker to the next speaker with bio slides. So we will not present in detail the speakers to save some time, because it's a really long and complex issue. So it really saves us some time not to present too much, but you have all this information in the bio slides. So let me start by nuclear programs, national nuclear programs. We have now currently 31 countries operating nuclear power plants around the world. That is one less than a year ago, as Taiwan closed its last operating reactors recently. And as you can see on this slide, we have seen that's the 5th country that has closed the last reactor of a national nuclear power program. The again, the idea is a multi-indicator analysis. So I will go through a number of indicators. There are many more in this 589-page report. So this is only a small excerpt of the findings. So this is nuclear electricity generation between 1985 and 2024. And what we've seen is at the end of the year, the highest level of production we had seen before. It's 14 terawatt hours more than the previous record, which is 18 years old. That was in 2006. At the same time, as we can see, the share of nuclear power in the mix, in the electricity generating mix, has actually declined constantly, and is now standing at 9%. The International Atomic Energy Agency even only sees 8.7% in a recent publication. But as we will see, it's a key to distinguish between what happens in China, which very much influences statistics on the global level. So China saw a 3.7% increase, while the global increase was 2.9%. If we look at the situation outside China, this is not a maximum at all. It has actually decreased by over 360 terawatt hours compared to the previous situation in 2006. So the level of production we have seen in 2024 outside China corresponds to the level we have already seen in the mid-1990s. So no kind of upwards significant development here if you look over the longer term. And nuclear power definitely is a longer term issue. So next indicator would be reactor startups and closures. Startups for us in our data set is the grid connection, the first generation of electricity of a nuclear reactor. And the closure is the day of the last generation of electricity. So sometimes when the official closures, like in Italy, for example, the official closure was in 1990, but the reactors had not generated any electricity since 1987. So for us, the last electricity generation day is the closure date of a nuclear reactor. So we've seen so far in 2025, we've seen 1 reactor. We've seen 7 reactors starting up in 2024. One indicator we follow every year is we look at how many reactors are actually planned to start up over the year and how many make it to the grid. And for last year, 7 reactors made it to the grid, but on the 1st January of last year, 14 should have made it to the grid. So it's only half of the reactors that produced their first electricity, which gives you an idea, because it means that even in the last year of construction, the nuclear industry is not reliable in its planning to when the machines will actually generate power and income. Now, again, here we see that over the past 2 decades, where we've seen 104 startups and 101 closures, 51 of those, so almost half of the startups, were in China alone. So if we look at the evolution outside China, we see that we have seen 53 startups and 101 closures, which is a negative balance over that period of 48 reactors. This is the cumulated situation, so the reactors operating and operating capacity. We have seen a maximum in 2002 in the numbers of reactors, but we have seen a maximum of the capacity installed by the end of 2024, which dipped again over the past 6 months, but might increase until the end of the year, that is still to be seen. Reactors under construction. A nuclear reactor under construction is a technical term. The definition for that term is the construction starts with the beginning of the cementing of the foundations of the reactor building. So you see sometimes these images of people with hard hats and a shovel on a site. That is not a construction start, as it is defined internationally. That is site preparation. All of the data you will see later on construction times do not include site preparation or anything that is done prior to concreting of the foundation of the reactor building. So we see here that we've seen a big peak in 1979 of the total number of reactors under construction. We see also that from a total of 63 reactors under construction at 1st of July, at mid-year, 32, so over half, were in China alone. So if we look outside China and we compare over the global historic evolution, we see that 31 reactors are listed as under construction, which is a number we have already seen in 1959. So we have seen a huge wave in the 1970s, and then we have seen a very low level and very little fluctuating level since the middle of the 1990s. Now, who is building nuclear power plants? We just said China is hosting most of the construction sites, but you can take it from a different angle and look at the vendors of nuclear reactors around the planet, of technology. And you see that Russia plays the major role as the international provider, the world's largest provider of nuclear technology, with 3 newcomer countries where they're building, in Bangladesh, in Egypt, and in Turkey. They're also building in China, and they're building in India. There are some kind of vintage projects that have been ongoing for 40 years or even longer than that in Iran and Slovakia, which is where actually the Italian nuclear industry has been involved for some time, but which is now completed the Mochovce plant by a Czech-led consortium, and it's Russian technology. So the only other countries that are building outside their home country is France, that is building 2 reactors in the UK, and China started in December last year building in Pakistan. All the other plants are either China at home or Russia abroad. So if we're looking at construction times we define as the beginning of construction, as I've explained earlier, up to the first grid connection. And we've analyzed the situation of all of the reactors that started up between 2022 and 2024. And you can roughly say that the planned construction time is around 5 years. And then we have looked at the reality, which is quite different. And as you can see, for the 19 reactors that have been connected to the grid for the first time in 10 countries, the average construction time as defined was 10.8 years. So roughly, the reality is twice as long as planned, with obviously great variety of durations. The number of construction starts, as defined, peaked in 1976 at 44. So this is always important to keep in mind, that this, we've seen now that a lot of these historic maximum values date back decades. Currently, we have seen so far 5 construction starts in 2025. We have, if we look at the China factor, we have the typical situation that China totally dominates the statistics. And if we look at what happened over the past 5 years, since the beginning of 2020, there were, and until mid-year, there were 45 construction starts in the world. And of those construction starts, 44 were either in China or implemented by the Chinese industry, as I said, in Pakistan. And the rest was implemented by the Russian nuclear industry. The only exception is one construction start earlier this year in South Korea. So if we look at the global number of 63 reactors under construction, 60 of those are either in nuclear weapon states or nuclear weapon states controlled companies like Rosatom for Russia, or EDF controlled by the French industry, or CNNC or CGN for China. And the only 3 reactors that don't fall under this definition are the 3 reactors in South Korea. Looking outside Chinese involvement, we see there's hardly anything that happened over the past years. So not building means the nuclear fleet gets older and older. The youngest fleet of the top 5 nuclear electricity generators is China with around 10 years, South Korea 24 years. Russia is the only one that has significantly dipped the average age, but has caught up with the gains. Basically what happened was they closed some older reactors and started up a few new ones over the past few years, but they're already caught up and are over 30 years. That is France. It's close to 39 years. And you see, it's a wonderful straight line since the middle of the 1980s. So the average age has been increasing for the past 40 years in France, because reactors had not been closing and new reactors had not been starting up. And we see the United States, a wonderful straight line since the middle of the 1970s. So because of the same reason, there's older reactors still operating and no new reactors coming online. The world average is now over 32 years. Just a few words on SMR, small miraculous reactor. Small modular reactors. What we've seen so far is basically that the only small plant that was under construction in the Western world was the so-called Karam reactor in Argentina, and that construction has been terminated in the middle of the past year. A micro reactor, so it's only a few megawatts, I believe it was 10 megawatts, that was proposed in Canada as first SMR, that apparently has stalled, is not getting anywhere. So what we've seen so far in the world is 2 times 2 modules that have been built. One project is in China and one in Russia. What a surprise. It fits the overall picture of the development of the industry. The 2 Russian projects were supposed to be built in 3.7 years. It took them 12.7 years to build them. So over 3 times more. And the performance is very disappointing, like this, with lifetime load factors until the end of last year of respectively 36% and 28%. The high temperature reactor in China, that's 2 100 megawatt modules that started up. the capacity was reduced to 150 for later for unknown reasons. And the indicated lifetime load factor is around 27%. Now, if we look at investments and economics, and this is like just a really just a few handpicked indications, there's a lot more detail in the report. But it's all about, you know, how much money is actually invested in making SMRs, bringing them in the development process to a point where they can be built. And the Nuclear Energy Agency of the OECD has estimated just over $15 billion made available. Of that is only about a third is private funding. But there is over 120 designs that are being sort of developed at very different stages. So there's very little money available for a very large amount of projects out there. And we've seen, you know, estimates, several estimates. Obviously, if you have never built these things, estimates are what the name says. They don't know, so it's estimates. And one recent one was in Australia, where the levelized cost of energy was calculated at 3 to 4 times the levelized cost of energy of the combination of wind and solar and storage. So before I pass on to my colleagues, just a couple of blips on focus countries, on a couple of focus countries. Every year we select a number of usually large or countries that have had significant developments in a year, and we go in depth in the report into the analysis. This is an interesting analysis on the construction times in China, because it's always been said, well, the Chinese, you know, they know how to do this, you know, compared to other industries that take much longer. But we've seen a very unexplained development over the past few years, where we've seen an increase in trends. Maybe this is going to go down. This is like below the past 2 projects are below the average of around 6 years. But I have never seen any analysis why it, you know, in China actually happened what happened in other countries, meaning that the construction times actually go up rather than going down, as we call it, technology learning curves, which is obvious. You build more of these things and then you build them for less money. But the more nuclear power plants are being built, the more expensive they become, which is, we call it negative learning. It's a fascinating situation. A blip on France. So we have had one reactor startup in December last year. You know, we hadn't seen one in decades before that. And there is no more reactor under construction in France. The last one that started up is the Flamanville 3 European Pressurized Water Reactor, or EPR. And what you see here is the development of the project, which was started, where the construction started in December 2007, and the estimated real cost. So these are all in 2023 in 2023 euros. So 4.5. The estimated startup date was middle of 2012. And then we had these different stages where, you know, cost estimate increased and the time delay, the estimated increase. So the final result is close to 24 billion euros in 2023 money. And it took 17 years instead of 5 planned. So it's a staggering, like over 5 times cost increase over planned levels and significant delay. And with that, I pass it on to my colleague Hartmut Winkler, who is in South Africa. South Korea is for another time. And it's another speech, another presentation. So Hartmut, the floor is yours, and we hope we get your sound. We don't have audio. Can we? Audio, for the time being, we can't hear you.
Yep. Can you move to the next slide?
It's coming. Okay.
All right, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, it's all good.
Okay. All right. My first slide, so I'm going to just deal with South Africa. And this graphic's quite nice because South Africa has been through its worst power shortages ever, with a high point in 2023. And that has led to, obviously, then people will be looking for whatever solutions they might come up with. And that has led to these new calls for building a new nuclear power plant, in addition to the one which already exists, despite the fact that that will take at least a decade or so to probably actually come online. You can also see that this electricity power shortage has actually gone down to the point where it's almost disappeared entirely. Now, there's a number of reasons for that, but one factor which I thought I'd draw attention on is that it's finally led to a growth in investment into solar power. Of course, South Africa has some of the best conditions in the world for solar power, but that's just something that in the past been barely explored at all. With the new nuclear power plants, the government is certainly talking as though this is a given that it's going to happen at some point, although at this stage, there's certainly no timeline. In fact, it's not even part of the official electricity plan yet. Okay, next slide, please. One of the things that has happened in South Africa over the last couple of years, we have one nuclear power plant here at Kuba with 2 units, which has been running for about 40 years. And that also corresponds to the original operating license. In order to extend the life span, the operators were requested to make a series of upgrades to the system. And in a sense, this is a good case study of what may happen when one goes through a life extension. Certainly in this case, it worked out exceptionally badly. Originally, it had been announced that this would take 10 months and it would cost $1.8 billion US. When they first started doing that, they had to abort the whole exercise and start again after 7 months. Then for each unit, it took literally 12 months to go through this upgrade, not the 10 months for both that had been originally announced. But once they'd finally finished with all of this, which was at the end of 2024, they found that they had to close the first unit again for not only for refueling, but also for certain tests in the containment building. And even though that was now 8-9 months ago, the unit still hasn't come back on, because in the process of that, they also discovered that the newly installed steam generators was failing leak tests. And this is just the one unit. The other one will probably have to go through the same exercise again. So what is now already taken 3.5 years, which only one unit on average has been running, is likely to go on for at least another year as well. As far as the cost is concerned, nobody really wants to pin themselves down on what that is. And as far as the license extension, the one unit has been given the 20-year extension. The other one is expecting it, but so far it hasn't been given yet. Okay, so next slide, please. I'll now come on to other African countries. And here too, there's been a lot of talk. Certainly, if one reads newspapers report, there's a lot of countries which are toying with the idea. And in a sense, it's understandable because electricity shortages are a very big issue in African countries. Given the very high economic and population growth, the electricity infrastructure simply hasn't kept up with the demand. So anything which can offer some sort of a solution is likely to look at very favorably. Plus that nuclear is still regarded as some sort of a prestige activity that if one has that, one can count oneself to the technologically most advanced countries. So one country which has been exploiting that for a very long time is Russia. They have very actively gone to practically every country that was willing to talk to them and set up some sort of nuclear cooperation agreement. We are aware of 19, including some countries which we're pretty sure are never ever going to install that, but they've certainly set up all these sort of agreements. In the case of Russia, it certainly has geopolitical motivations. So that's what's been driving things there. I think possibly in reaction to that, there has been some sort of interest from the US for the last few years, although we're not sure whether that's going to continue given the current Trump administration. It's mainly been about selling new SMRs. And they have specifically targeted some of the more economically stronger countries like Ghana and Kenya. But the main thing which has really been visible over the last year is how Chinese have become increasingly interested in getting involved in Africa's energy sector. And while this has mostly been about solar energy, there has also been talks of nuclear cooperation. I think in the case of China, they're looking at the future of their industries. After all, China, the way it's being electrified at the moment, they're soon going to reach the point where internal demand is going to run out. So they are looking for new markets. Another interesting point is that there has been something we hadn't noted before. Some sort of a transnational cooperation of organizations that are opposing nuclear developments. We have seen that in the last year. Okay, then last slide. These are the 4 countries that we looked at in slightly more detail this year. I'll just go over the commonalities here, and it's not necessarily written everywhere. In all of these cases, there has been increased Chinese involvement. To the extent where some actual agreements were made with the Chinese nuclear agencies. What's also common is that it's very difficult to sort of pinpoint it or pin down actual timeframes or costs of these what these programs are going to be. No real starting date. It's actually difficult to see any real progress or any advancement in getting any closer to actually starting a nuclear build there. Okay, I think I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hartmut.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everyone. As Michael already said in his global overview, Russia is the largest exporter of reactors. But first, speaking about Russia focus, let me say a few words about the situation inside the country. Russia's nuclear fleet, the world's first largest, is aging, and older reactors are being shut down. As a result, output has fallen for 2 years in a row, and nuclear's share in the energy mix has declined for 4. Today it is about 18%, but Vladimir Putin has ordered it to rise to 25% by 2045. Russian state corporation Rosatom is following two strategies to achieve this goal. First, it is extending the lifetime of existing plants, even RBMK reactors of Chernobyl type, which are now getting a 5-year extension for the first time. Second, it was launched a large construction program. Russia is now building 5 large units and 2 SMRs at the same time, a scale not seen for at least a decade. In total, about 40 reactors with nearly 29 gigawatts of capacity are planned. Over the next 10 years, Russia will be much more focused on domestic construction than it was in the previous decade. But it is still unclear where all these projects can be financed. Speaking about Ukraine focus and situation in Ukraine, this situation is closely tied to Russian actions. Of course, I would highlight 3 aspects. First, the risk of to nuclear facility during the war. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is still the largest in Europe, is still occupied and in the spotlight, and Russia plans to restart it. In the middle of fighting, this would sharply raise both the chance and the scale of a possible accident, nuclear accident. The other 3 nuclear power plants, which supply almost half of Ukraine's electricity, are also at risk. As long as the war continues, damage to critical infrastructure and the risk of accident remain. Second aspect, the role of the EIA and other international bodies. The current international nuclear safety and security system, both institutions and international treaty framework, cannot prevent nuclear risk in wartime and has a little ability to reduce them once the conflict begins. And the third aspect, the lesson of Ukraine's quick shift away from Russia in nuclear fuel supply. Even deep dependence in this area can be overcome. This is an extreme case, of course, but it provides lessons that may be studied by other countries. I didn't mention Ukraine's experience by chance. The dependence on Russia in nuclear supplies is still very high. So far, there are no official EU sanctions banning the purchase of uranium or nuclear fuel from Russia, although some individual countries have tried to phase out these imports. The charts on this on the left show that in 2024, Europe's purchases of uranium and of conversion and enrichment services fell compared to 2023 peak. On the right, you can see a similar trend in the United States, imports of enriched uranium from Russia. But it is unclear how stable this trend will be. The US has already passed a law banning imports of enriched uranium from Russia starting in 2028. The EU has not introduced such restrictions, but has started to discuss them. 5 EU countries with Soviet-designed previa reactors still import nuclear fuel from Russia. In 2024, however, supplies were about 25 or 24% lower than in 2023. It seems that operators have stockpiled fuel earlier, so they reduced purchases slightly. By 2024, all 5 countries had signed contracts with alternative suppliers. Some of them, like Czech Republic and Finland, have already received new fuel and even started loading it into reactors. This indicates that in the coming years, these countries may be able to shift away from Russian fuel. Excludes Bulgaria. Yeah, there are a lot of details in the report, so you need to be very careful when you analyze numbers. Up to now, I have spoken about dependence on Russia through fuel and equipment purchases, but in fact, the picture is deeper. For several years, the World Nuclear Industry Status Report has raised the issue of interdependencies. The Western nuclear industry needs Russia not only as a supplier, but also as a client and partner. Since Russia is essentially responsible for a third of all nuclear power plant construction worldwide, taking part in the building of 20 units abroad and 5 large units inside the country. On this slide, I show 3 examples. First, the French company Framatome is still trying to organize licensed assembly of Russian fuel for VVR reactors at its plant in Lingen, Germany, to secure a place in this market. Second, Western companies, including French ones, supply equipment for Russian export projects, for example, French turbines. And third, Western firms and contractors are actively involved in the PACS-2 NPP project in Hungary, Russian project. All this shows that the links between Russia and the global nuclear industry are far more complex than simply fuel purchases. And to fully analyze these interdependencies, we need not only to look closer at what Russia is doing, but also to have a better understanding of the Western nuclear industry, which, as elsewhere, tends to remain relatively closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. And with that, I pass it on to Tetsujiro Suzuki in Japan. Tatsu, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Great.
Great. Could you go to the first slide, please? Okay, I'm going to speak about Japan. The first thing that the big energy policy change happened last year. Until last year, the Japanese nuclear energy policy after the Fukushima accident was to reduce the dependence on nuclear power as much as possible. But last year, this year, February, the new energy policy said that Japan will maximize use of nuclear power, and for the first time, mentioning the new construction of new reactors, replacing the old reactors. So this is a big change from the previous policies after the Fukushima accident. Go next one, please. This is the trend of Japanese nuclear power program. As you can see, after the Fukushima accident, nuclear power became 0 in 2015, and then coming back. At this moment, 14 reactors are operational, and then 19 reactors in long-term outage. Used to be we have 53 reactors, commercial reactors in Japan, so half of it already shut down and decided to be decommissioned. Nuclear power generation is coming back, and but the share of nuclear power is still 8% or so. The government policy is to increase that share to about 20% by 2040. So I think this is a little bit unrealistic goal, but that's what the government was saying in order to meet carbon neutrality by 2050. Next one, please. Go to the Fukushima case. These are the 3 reactors which had a meltdown accident. As you can see, spent fuel in the pool still remain Unit 1 and Unit 2. And they are going to take out the spent fuel probably starting early next year or so. It has been delayed for almost 10 years now. But the most difficult job is, of course, to take out the debris. Go next one, please. Finally, last year and this year, the TEPCO, the Tokyo Electric Power Company, successfully removed a debris for just about 0.9 grams of debris from Unit 2. But the estimate is total of 880 tons of debris still remains. So we don't know yet, of course, nobody knows how to remove all this debris. But this is the first step, and now they are checking the laboratory, at the laboratory, what's the content of the debris. So it's still a long way off to talk about the decommissioning, total decommissioning of the plant. Next one, please. This shows the so-called contaminated water treatment trends. The top purple part is still remaining in the reactor, and the green part, dark green part, is the unfiltered, still dirty, contaminated water. The light green is the water which has been purified through the process called ALPS. So this is supposed to be the clean treated water. And then since 2023, you can see the total amount of storage is declining slightly because they released the relatively clean so-called treated ALPS water. And the bottom line is the bottom blue line is the rainfall. So if the rainfall increases, you can see the green line, the storage amount is also increased. Next one, please. Unfortunately, though, the ALPS, so-called the treatment process, only purified 1/3 of the contaminated water. Still, 2/3 of the treated water still needs to be purified again. You can see how ALPS is not working as planned. So 2/3 of the large light green area that we showed in the previous slide still contain huge amount of other radioactive materials, so have to be purified. Next one, please. Next one is food contamination. Japan has been doing massive testing of the food, particularly in the Fukushima area, particularly in the rice, which is the main food for Japanese population. So all of the rice production was tested in the last few years, and then they make sure that the food going to the market has no radioactive materials. More than 11 million pounds, million rice actually tested. But right now, because of this extensive testing, at the beginning, 55 countries restricting the import from Japan from the food, but now only most of them are actually released, except that actually China and probably some part of South Korea. Particularly China was resistant after the release of the treated water from the Fukushima accident. But now China is also, because Chinese scientists also joined the team to test it, to check the treated water from the Fukushima. So they are relaxing a little bit import from the food production. But next one, please. If you go into the detail of the food testing data from the government, you can see a huge drop from 2020. The reason the government said is that now they focus on the area that food contamination is concentrated. So they cut out all the food testing programs. And they also say that because of the low radioactivity in the area, some people, they allow the population to return to the area. However, not too many people are coming back. Only a few % of the population coming back. Still, more than 20,000 people are out of homes at this moment. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tatsu. And the next speaker is Alex Wimmers from Berlin.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, welcome. Also from my side, good morning. It's my pleasure to talk about the decommissioning status report, in which since 2018, the WNISR monitors the ongoing dismantling of the closed reactors, the global reactors. As of this year, July 2025, we had a global fleet of closed reactors of 218, which corresponded to about 110 gigawatts. And this now corresponds to about 1/3 of all the reactors that were ever connected to the grid. The average age of these closed reactors is 28.7 years, which is significantly lower than official or regular lifetimes of about 40 years. But over the past few years, we can see that the average age of the plants that are closing is continuously increasing. So many plants that were closed in the early days were closed quite fast after they were commissioned. And now we are moving to the closure of plants that are reaching the end of their actual lifetimes. And so for the last 5 years, the average closure of the units, which were 28, was 43.2 years. Decommissioning is an industry or a part of the industry that will only increase in relevance in the next few years. As Mycle already pointed out earlier in this presentation, reactor fleets are aging continuously, and at some point every reactor will come off the grid because potential lifetime extensions are either not technically feasible or too expensive. And this graph shows the projection of the planned lifetime extensions. So if there are reactors that have received lifetime extensions beyond 40 years, up to 60, or in individual cases even up to 80 years, this is accounted for here. All the other plants assume a 40-year lifetime. So the expected closures that you can see on the bottom slide here in brown might shift by a few years. But all in all, we can expect that over the next 25 years, a total of 243 reactors will come offline, which corresponds to a total capacity of 203.5 gigawatts. And this industry development obviously puts considerations or plans or announcements of tripling the globally nuclear installed capacity into a different perspective, because obviously if you want to expand the connected capacity, you will first have to compensate for the aging fleets. In the status report for this year, we found 23 countries that have at least one closed reactor. And as I said, 218 reactors are closed. And since last year's report, we had 5 additional reactors that were closed. This is 1 in Belgium, 2 in Canada, and then the last 2 reactors in Taiwan that closed in July. And so over the course of 2024 and 2025, 3.3 gigawatts left the grid. In the status report, we are fans of indicators, as Mycle said. So obviously in the decommissioning report, we also use indicators, and here we use a 3-stage classification to divide the projects into different statuses on how far they are in their respective dismantling procedures. So we have the warm-up stage with preparatory works and defueling, moving on to the hot zone stage, which is one of the most complicated tasks in decommissioning, in which the reactor internals are dismantled, and then moving on to the ease-off stage, in which the reactor is then prepared for the removal of the regulatory oversight, either as a brownfield or a greenfield site. As of July 2025, we had 96 reactors in the warm-up stage, 33 in the hot zone, and 24 in the ease-off stage. And 42 reactors are in the state of so-called long-term enclosure, which means that they are not undergoing active dismantling and are awaiting actual dismantling to begin. This can last from years to several decades. Obviously, we also monitor the completed projects, of which there aren't many. A total of 23 reactors has been fully decommissioned so far. So about 10% of the closed reactors. 17 of those are in the United States, 4 in Germany, 1 in Japan, and the most recent addition to this list is the Zorita plant in Spain, which completed technical decommissioning as of last year. Most of these reactors are not released as a so-called greenfield site for any purpose, but they are released as brownfield sites, which means that they still house some sort of infrastructure. Most of them house interim storage facilities for spent fuel. The time that these projects take can vary significantly. What we do know is that decommissioning usually takes years up to decades, but there is a very great variability between these different projects, and each of these projects is different and quite special. So, for example, the shortest project was the Elk River plant, which took only 6 years to decommission, but then the Humboldt Bay plant took 45 years to decommission. Both of those are in the United States, and most of these completed projects are rather small reactor sites of less than 100 megawatts, so we'll have to wait and see what happens at the large commercial nuclear power plant sites. For time reasons, I won't go into further details of our focus countries, but this year we had a more detailed assessment of the German approach to decommissioning, and also added some more detail to Taiwan due to the closure. And with my name on here now, I move on to the next person. Yeah, it's me. Okay, well, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alex, even with the wrong name tag. Our next speaker is Rogero Schleicher-Tapeza, who will speak about the main topical focus chapter of this year. Rogero, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Buongiorno. We have heard a lot of statistics, a lot of figures, and they seem to be in contrast with this talk of a revival of nuclear power. And they have shown quite a dire situation of nuclear power. And for understanding what is happening here, it's necessary to take a step back. And I want to focus on 3 major aspects of this whole story, looking at the physical background of the technologies we are using here, at the systemic role different energy technologies are playing in the overall energy system, and a little bit also at the history of the technologies and of the systems around them. If we look at nuclear power and its context, nuclear power was conceived 70, 60 years ago, and the main concept has not changed since. But much has changed around. Climate awareness has increased. For many, that is a reason for increasing the push for nuclear power. Electricity markets have been liberalized step by step. That means much more transparency on costs, much more competition. New energy technologies, and we will speak much of that, start to disrupt markets and systems. International competition has widened considerably. Mainly China has entered the global energy markets or energy technology markets, and change has accelerated, and that penalizes long lead times. If we look at the main characteristics of the technology involved, we have nuclear power, which was created after the big evolutions in physics going down to the level of atoms, and after the nuclear bombs, and it manipulates the forces of the nucleus of atoms, of the core, and these are new forces to deal with, and that has brought the necessity to deal with two dangers that were not visible before, we had not to deal with them, with nuclear chain reaction that is potentially explosive, and the protection against radiation, short-term and long-term. And these are two issues that must be dealt with and which need considerable technological effort to deal with. On the other side, nuclear power is in the tradition of old thermal and mechanical electricity generation, coal plants, hydroelectric plants. These technologies, by their physical properties, have an advantage if they grow large. Heat engines are much more efficient if they are large, and mechanical engines, like large turbines, are more efficient as they are large. So also coal plants and hydroelectric plants have grown over time until it was not much sensible to build even larger things because of system issues. So we have huge reactor pressure vessels, over 400 tons. We have construction times which are long, as we heard. We have on-site construction, and we have small series of reactors being built. Completely different story with photovoltaics, which is not the only one, but the main generation technology of the new emerging system. There, we do not manipulate nuclear forces, but we are dealing with the electrical forces in the electron shell of atoms. And that does not involve the dangers we have with nuclear power, but it is quite a harmless, direct conversion of solar radiation in a very thin layer directly into electricity, without heat, without mechanical movements. That allows us to have very tiny basic engines, basic generators. A photovoltaic cell weighs 3 grams. It then must be protected against dust and humidity. No big issues, put into modules. And one factory can today produce about 2 billion PV cells per year. That's a completely different scale, a completely different process of producing. Photovoltaic is not the only technology we have. In the old energy system, we had central generation. We had top-down distribution of electricity in dumb grids with large capacity margins in the grid with central power stations. And we had separate systems for heating and transport with fossil fuels. Central control was the key control system, the key control logic in this system. It was simply but costly and unsustainable. Now we have new technologies which allow for, on one side, low-cost generation. That's mainly photovoltaics, also wind, but wind is not improving the cost side as quick as electricity, as photovoltaics, as it's still a mechanical technology. We have efficient conversion, and that's something we are not speaking a lot about power electronics, which is essential for all the new technologies, for more efficient motors. Electric cars wouldn't be possible without that. The density of converting AC into DC, of changing frequencies of electricity has increased by a factor of 1,000 since 1990. So there's a huge improvement also in that. And this power electronics also allows for digital control of all electricity flows and of all conversions between electric, LNG, and other forms of energy. And the third main thing is affordable storage, and there mainly electric batteries, which have improved enormously over the last years. So we have an emerging system with photovoltaics, which will be the main electricity and energy source. We have, on the other side, we need flexibility at all levels because solar power is fluctuating with the weather. So we need all these other complementary technologies for stabilizing the system. We have a pervasive electrification, which couples the different sectors, and that will stabilize the system too. but it increases the necessity for electricity. And we have bottom-up control, since we have millions of users and producers that need to be coordinated. And that needs a completely different system, which is emerging also from, for example, home energy management systems. So we have an increasingly complex but affordable and much more sustainable system. And these systems are quite different. In this context, nuclear power, which has been conceived for the old energy system, has increasing difficulties from the cost side and also from the operation side and from the systemic behavior to move. We see the effects in the actual deployments. This is a thorough analysis for Germany, so that means not a very sunny country. In Italy, the situation is much better. But also here, solar power provides much cheaper electricity and power with wind today, but in the future power will get much cheaper, and it's much cheaper than all other kinds of electricity generation. What changes the big system, what has the big picture, what has been the big change in last year is the drop in battery costs. There are different figures. Here, 40% is the drop in the cost of large energy storage systems in the grid. You have other parts, you have battery power packs for the cars, you have home energy systems. These figures change a little bit, but it's around this figure of 40% price drop. And that changed the whole situation. If we look at present prices, you can buy at Amazon in Germany for home management systems, the additional cost for storing electricity overnight is under 4 cents per kilowatt. So that's not so important. So during the time you can produce enough electricity in 24 hours, you can distribute that over 24 hours. So around the day, around the clock, it's no problem to use photovoltaics. The problem with seasons remains. In the north, you need wind electricity for compensating, but the more sunny countries get and the less harsh winters you have, the better is the cost situation. Therefore, also we will have an international change of cost advantages. Well, the results are here. We see the investments into renewables and nuclear. Nuclear is down here below $50 billion. And the huge part, which has grown enormously, is the investment into solar. No comparison. Since many, many years, the investment in renewables has been much, much, much larger than into nuclear. The result is to be seen here. Even if nuclear has a long story, the electricity produced is stable from nuclear, as we have heard, but it has been increasing very strongly from wind, and much quicker even, but starting later, from solar. The solar growth rate is the highest of all new sources of power and will outcompete all others. So who is behind that? China, which is often mentioned as a testimony for the future of nuclear. In effect, if we see nuclear power here in China has remained very low, the share of nuclear. The share of coal has come down, and the share of solar since 2012, 2015 has grown enormously. That was a decided strategy, and that is going on. China is betting on solar. Well, there was something in between, yes. However, we have difficulties at the moment with solar because it fluctuates with the weather. And we did not compensate that with other flexibilities to a sufficient extent. You have heard about the problems in Spain some months ago. You have an indicator in Europe of all the imbalances in the grid. That's the amount of hours with negative electricity prices on the market. That needs to be balanced. But we are in course of doing that. Here you see the enormous jump in the growth rate of cumulative of battery energy storage. In the grid or behind the meter, we have a huge boost following this price drop of batteries, and that really is about to change the whole situation. If you look at California, a lot of the load in the evening is provided by batteries which have been charged during the day. Well, if we look who invests, that's very interesting that meanwhile, low-income countries start to leapfrog. The minor economies in the world have boosted their investment by 95%, while in 24, the investment in the major economies has even decreased by 5%. So they are just jumping. They are not investing in traditional structures, but they are more investing into new energy structures which combine all these different technologies for providing continuous provisionment of energy with electricity mainly. What is interesting and what is not largely discussed until now is that a very large part of PV capacity is not in the utility range, but is behind the meter, is on buildings. And the differences between countries are telling. The global average of capacity additions has been 42% in the last year. In China, it has been 44%, already above their average. It was once a little bit higher, but in the first half year of 25, China has gone up with its installations on the roofs. And you have cases like Turkey, where you have 90% installations behind the meter. You have cases like Pakistan, where you have had a large import of solar panels, which even though the economy was growing, has led to a decline in public electricity selling. Well, I come to the conclusion. We have a pivotal year in 24, 25. The battery cost drop changes the whole picture. We have PV around the clock. We have a revolution behind the meter because more and more are investing behind the meter and not in the public realm. So we have also difficulties of tracking that with statistics. And we have also a diminishing need for grid expansion. We need to expand the grids because we are going to use more electricity. But the claims that we must double or triple grids is not true. We must transform the grids, but we can better utilize the grid capacity using batteries on both sides, and we will have we have a large part of the growth happening behind the meter and not in the public grid. On the other side, we have next generation PV technology, which is around the corner. We will have enormous efficiency improvement in the next years. We have a system control logic that changes, mainly boosted also by home management systems, building management systems, where electricity consumption and production is managed behind the meter. We have electrification and AI, which push up the electricity consumption, but that opens space for new systems and renewables. So the opportunities are growing and not diminishing. And we have this effect I mentioned of leapfrogging in low-income countries. That's a pivotal year, and I think now we come to the conclusions.
Thank you so much, Ruggiero. Not a long conclusion here, but a few points maybe to sum it up. Quite contrary to public perception, decision-maker perception, the decline that we've seen of the role of nuclear industry has been continuing over the past year. And most of the indicators we have been following over so many years now have peaked a long time ago, some of them decades ago. So if we take a couple of examples compared to mid-2024, so the last World Nuclear Industry Status Report, the number of countries operating nuclear power plants has declined from 32 to 31, and the number of countries building nuclear power plants has dropped from 13 to 11. So while we've seen one indicator that has peaked, which was power generation by nuclear power plants that reached a new maximum in 2024 over a previous 18-year-old record. But the difference is 14 terawatt hours, which is about the generation of one nuclear power plant. So if it takes 18 years to add the equivalent of the production of one reactor, that's not really relevant at all if we look at the global picture as outlined in particular by Ruggiero before. So the share of nuclear power has been declining since 1996, almost 30 years now. Concerning the small modular reactors that so much has been written about, for the time being, and that's what we are working on. We look on the ground what is actually happening, not what the plans are or the financial engagements, et cetera, but on the ground, no small modular reactors operating or even under construction in the Western world, actually outside China, Russia. The annual global nuclear power capacity additions are a few gigawatts compared to hundreds of gigawatts that are added in the solar range, in the solar industry, and dozens of gigawatts that are added in wind and storage. So I thought it was interesting to just look up how did we end last year's presentation of this sort. And last year's last sentence was, especially solar plus storage might rapidly turn into a global change maker in the energy equation. End of quote. And it truly feels like this has already happened in 2024, 2025. So thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much for your attention. And we're obviously here to answer your questions. And please don't forget the two colleagues who are online in Japan and South Africa, if you're interested. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Now we can open the Q&A. So if there is some questions from here or from the people that are connected online, we are here to answer.
Always amazing.
Okay.
It's so clear.
Yes. So, okay, there's one question.
Yeah, to be an icebreaker. And I'm Dörte Fouquet. I'm here as a lawyer. I work also with space, and I'm.
Can you?
Yeah, Dörte Fouquet now.
Perfect.
I'm a lawyer. I'm
Thank
also working in this field of nuclear energy and law for 50 years, and also a professor in Germany. My question or my addition is that I found it extremely interesting that it was quoted or it was explained that the United States have put a banning law on import of uranium from Russia. And I think that's something, I have the legal text and I'm just working on it so that we could follow up on that, how it is really reported then later or reflected in Europe. The good thing on that is the law is, the import ban is as an effect of 2024. It just, there is a possibility to deviate or to prolong import until August 2028, in my knowledge. So in November, there may be new elections in the United States of America, and I hope they can keep that law up. Thank you. 2028.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes?
Yeah, just briefly, obviously the ban that already existed in the United States had a possibility of circumventing, which was basically, if it could be proven by the industry or the utilities that there was an absolute need and no other options, they could still import services or supply of uranium from Russia.
Okay, thank you, Michael. If there is another question, okay, thank you.
Yes, Leo De Santoli from University of Rome, La Sapienza. You say before that no small modular reactor undergoing and in construction in the Western country. Do you have any information about Massachusetts Institute of Technology proof which they are planned to close the construction before 2030?
There are countless projects, whether MIT or whether the most advanced actually in terms of projects is in Canada, in the Western world, not at MIT or elsewhere. And one has to be careful because, and we will get into details this afternoon, we will have a speaker from the United States who knows this on the tip of his fingers. Some of these projects are actually non-power projects. So one has to be careful. We don't cover non-power. It's like we don't cover fusion, we don't cover non-power. So if there is no electricity generation, it's out of our field. We start getting interested when they are designed to generate electricity. And to my knowledge, there is no, whether at MIT or anywhere else, there is a reactor an SMR under construction under the definition that I have given, right? So the beginning of concreting of the foundations of the reactor building. That there is some site preparation on all kinds of places, yes, but for us that's not relevant.
Okay, if there are more questions. Yes.
So regarding the SMR that was planned to be built in Ontario, no? But Ontario power generation, is it aborted or you didn't count it because it's still in the preparing phase?
Yeah, that's the BWRX called project in Darlington in Ontario, Canada. And site preparations have started. We have seen the Prime Minister of Ontario with a hard hat and a shovel. So people get the idea, construction started. But again, this is for us not counting as there is no reported start of the cementing of the foundations. Actually, I've seen a recent drone picture of the construction site, and I must say I was very surprised that there's not even any buildings up. Usually, this kind of construction site, you would start building all kinds of civil engineered buildings, like whether it's pump stations or administrative buildings or whatever it is. And for the time being, apparently there's nothing. So I would consider this rather at an early stage of preparation, of site preparation, rather than construction start. But we're always depending on somebody supplying that kind of information according to the definition given. Could you please introduce yourselves, maybe?
Sorry, I'm Giulio Meneghello, from a journalist from Quale Energia.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks a lot for the questions. If there is more, even from the colleagues that are online, we are here to answer.
There's no colleagues. You mean our colleagues?
No.
There's no.
Okay. Well, I'll give the stage to Letizia again. Letizia Magaldi, President of Kyoto Club, for a short conclusion.
Yes. So thank you very much to all the contributors for the so interesting analysis and report. And just few numbers, but Michael just said the conclusion, just to recap, that production of renewable remained at the level of 1990. This is very incredible, and also the Xyro from nuclear energy, and also the Xyro Australia. It's an accomplished research institute, very advanced. Already states that LCOE from SMR are 3-4 times the LCOE of wind plus solar plus storage. And also very impressive also the delay on the EPR Flamanville from France. And so what can we say by Kyoto Club? The low-cost energy renewable generation, digital control by IEA, affordable storage, and distributed electrification are the new infrastructure for the future. And so Europe has still some, let's say, maybe months, years to build their industry of the transition, of the energy transition. So we still have time to build batteries, to enforce our digital know-how, and also implement the production of wind farms. So we have in Italy one wind factory in south of Italy that produce onshore and offshore wind. It's Vestas, with also almost 2,000 of people working for the company, and also in south of Italy, Enel as a PV factory. So I hope that this gives not only information to science, but also to industry to wake up and start to point on what is really the technology of the future. So thank you very much for your time, and the work we will continue in the afternoon before the lunch that we are having here all together. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks. Just to say, 12:30 sharp, lunch will be served, and then we'll continue in the afternoon. Thank you.
Can I say thank you to our colleagues in Japan and South Africa for being with us and their patience. Thank you, and thank you all.
Allora, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Cominciamo con la sessione pomeridiana. Quella mattutina è stata veramente molto intensa e interessante. Vorrei ringraziare i presenti e anche chi ci sta seguendo da casa e ringraziare nuovamente Radio Radicale che sta trasmettendo tutto questo incontro. So for the not Italian speaking. I have just thanks Radio Radicale, which is broadcasting the whole session as they did this morning. And I also greeted all the people who are linked to the presentation and following this meeting online. So our first speaker is Jochen Alswede. Jochen Alswede è il capo della Direzione Generale Ricerca e Documentazione di lungo termine dell'Ufficio Federale Tedesco per la sicurezza nucleare e la gestione dei rifiuti nucleari. Ci darà un inquadramento generale dell'argomento. Sapete che questo rapporto, per chi non era presente stamattina, è un rapporto mondiale, viene presentato ogni anno e ha il valore di essere un rapporto realizzato da ricercatori e scienziati. Quindi poi i politici che lo vogliono usare sanno dove attingere a informazioni veritiere, al di là appunto di polemiche spicciole del quotidiano che non interessano questa sede. Questo è un rapporto appunto di valore scientifico, di grandissima documentazione e quindi va rispettato per questa sua natura. Prego, Jochen. Yes, there are two speakers connected with us, Tim Judson and Fred Dvorak. They are connected with us via Zoom. From the United States. So I just translate very briefly what I said, that we are going to present a scientific work. So this is the product of scientific research and doesn't match any political controversy. So the governments and the politicians who want to use it have a scientific instrument to their disposal.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, on behalf of the German Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to today's launch of the 2025 World Nuclear Industry Status Report. I've said it before in the media briefing this morning that, like its previous versions, the 2025 report offers a perspective on the global state of nuclear energy that is unique. So let me start by congratulating Mycle Schneider and his team of international authors and experts to this outstanding work. 2025 has been a critical year for the future of nuclear energy, I think. Last year was marked by a lot of rhetoric about the renaissance of nuclear power. And this year, we seemingly witnessed the beginning of a shift from mere rhetoric to at least political action. First, some countries that formally decided to exit nuclear energy have taken active steps to reverse their decisions. In May, for instance, Belgian Parliament voted to repeal the law from 2003 that had prescribed Belgium's phase out of nuclear energy. As you are well aware, the Italian government has also prepared plans to return to nuclear energy, which are yet to be approved by Parliament, of course. And even in Denmark, a country that banned the construction of traditional nuclear reactors in 1985, the government has now moved to analyze the benefits of adopting a new generation of nuclear technologies. A second shift from rhetoric to political action has taken place in states who are already committed to nuclear power. In many of these countries, political decisions in favor of new construction projects have been made. Poland and Czechia, to name two examples from the European Union, have recently determined sites for new SMR, small modular reactors, SMR power plants, where technology designs from the US and the UK are planned to be deployed. And in the US, big technology corporations have made deals with nuclear energy producers, either to use existing power plants or to construct entirely new reactors. As the argument goes, nuclear power is without any alternative in order to meet the rapidly growing energy demand for data centers and artificial intelligence. Finally, the often repeated argument that nuclear power is a sustainable form of energy has just received a significant boost. Just a couple of days ago, the European Union's General Court dismissed Austria's attempt to exclude nuclear activities from the European Commission's list of officially approved sustainable investments. And meanwhile, there's still no fully operational repository for the high-level radioactive waste from nuclear power plants anywhere in the world. In order to safely dispose of the waste, whose volume, of course, we know that will grow and increase if new investments indeed come into operation when new power plants are being constructed and operated. That is one of the reasons, at least, that why I am still convinced that nuclear is, per definition, not a sustainable form of energy production if these back ends of nuclear, these waste management issues, are not solved. If you look at these recent developments, the revival of nuclear energy seems like a foregone conclusion. Yes, if you look beyond the daily headlines, the political actions we have witnessed this year raise numerous questions. How will new construction projects be financed? How long will they take? Can SMR designs actually be turned into working nuclear power plants? Will these reactors facilitate waste disposal, as often promised, or will they complicate it? Do we really need nuclear energy to meet climate goals if we have already a proven alternative, which are renewables, at our disposal? And last question, and do renewables and nuclear power really work as a perfect complement to each other, as often claimed? Asking these and other questions has been the hallmark of the World Nuclear Industry Status Report for nearly 2 decades now. And more importantly, of course, the status report has consistently provided data that can help us to find answers to these questions. In doing so, the team of international experts behind the report has been digging very deep. They have analyzed hundreds of sources from probably thousands of sources, from policy documents to statistical data, to paint a nuanced picture of the status of the world's nuclear industry that looks beyond the headlines. For many years now, the status report has shown that the nuclear energy share of global electricity production has been declining. Many nuclear construction projects continue to face problems with rising costs and substantial delays. Similarly, the status report has repeatedly highlighted that SMRs are still not a commercial reality. And finally, the report has demonstrated that the capacity for renewable electricity has continued to expand at a significantly faster rate than its nuclear counterpart. Against this background, I'm very excited to learn more about this year's results and findings, and to get answers to the question of if these trends are continuing, between promises and reality continue to widen. Nuclear power has always been and continues to be a highly diverse issue. So it is therefore of utmost importance that our political and societal debates are informed by hard facts and independent analysis and scientific analysis. And year after year, the World Nuclear Status Report has delivered such analysis and continues to be this kind of indispensable voice in this nuclear field. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hand the floor over to Mycle Schneider.
Thank you very much, Jochen Alswede, for the introduction. Thank you very much, Sylvia, for chairing and your introductions. I'm greeting also our online colleagues in the United States, Fred and Tim. First of all, a big thank you to the local organizers. I mean, besides, you know, everyone involved in the project itself, I know how much work goes into setting up an event like this. So wholehearted thanks on behalf of the entire team. Also to the overall supporters of the project and these events. Without you, we would not be here today. Of course, my main thanks go to my team. I mean, it's not my team, our team, the team. The team. That is, you know, not only 15 authors from 9 countries on 4 continents. So it's not the kind of international project which is actually European more than it is international. This is really a global project. So we have, you know, people in Japan or in South Africa, like Hartmut this morning, or in Vancouver, in Canada, in Berlin, in Germany, in Vilnius, in Lithuania. So it is really a global attempt to look in the status of the world nuclear industry. So I'm sharing my screen. Better start in the beginning and not at the end. So the yeah, that would be great, maybe. So I will pass on from one speaker to the other with bio slides. We will make available the PowerPoint by various means on the websites or by email or whatever. But later, when we have finalized these, they will be available. So we won't spend any time with introducing the various speakers. But I can assure you they're very distinguished personalities and experts in the fields. So the whole idea is to put together an international global team of interdisciplinary experts and to develop a multi-indicator analysis. I encourage the people who are familiar with the sector to check what the reference dates are. Some are updated until the end of last year, and some indicators are updated to mid-year 2025. So just take care if you want to quote or use these. To non-experts, I would encourage to look what are the trends. What is going up, what is going down, whether it's big or small. That gives you really an idea of where this whole trip is going. So the first indicator here is the number of nuclear power programs, national nuclear power programs in the world. And we're counting 31 currently. That is 1 less than a year ago. Taiwan closed its last reactor. And you might have heard less about a country that closes its last reactor than you hear about countries that plan to build reactors. But it's part of the reality that it's actually a downward trend. Taiwan is the 5th country that has abandoned or phased out nuclear power. Italy was the first one in 1987 with the last electricity generation, officially closed the program in 1990. So the next indicator is nuclear electricity generation. We see the development here, the bars from 1985 to 2024. And we have seen a new record production of nuclear electricity. Compared to 2006, there were 14 terawatt hours more than the former 18-year-old record. However, these 14 terawatt hours or billion kilowatt hours need to be put into perspective. that corresponds roughly to the annual production of one large nuclear power plant. So it's a very tiny, small addition over the previous record. That is one thing. And the other issue is linked to the China factor, and I'll immediately come back to that. First, I wanted to clarify that the role of nuclear power, so the share of nuclear generated electricity compared to overall electricity generation, has declined from a peak in 1996, so almost 30 years ago, 17.5% to roughly 9% in 2024. Interestingly enough, the International Atomic Energy Agency has a figure of 8.7%, so lower than ours. We had a 2.9% global increase of electricity, and China saw a 1% increase. So if we look at the situation and development outside China, we actually realize that the production, however, even if it increased by 2.8% outside China, but it remained at a level, as you can easily see, it's a level that we have already seen in the mid-1990s. So it's not, there is no major evolution that took place over the past few years outside China. Next indicator, reactor startups and closures. We define reactor startup as first electricity generation and closure as last electricity generation. So the date of startup is the date of grid connection, and the date of closure is the day of the last kilowatt hours generated. So we see here we had not much happening basically over the past 15 years. At the most, we've seen on the plus level 12 reactors being connected to the grid. We have seen 7 reactors in the most was 10, I think. 10 reactors were connected to the grid. So last year, 7 reactors were connected to the grid. And we always have as an indicator, we look how many reactors were actually planned to be connected to the grid at the beginning of the year compared to what actually happens in reality. And so if we look back at the beginning of 2024, 14 reactors were scheduled to produce first electricity, and 7 made it to the grid. That's very interesting because it illustrates that even in the last stretch of nuclear reactor construction, the industry is incapable of reliably project the date when they will actually produce electricity and thus income. Here we see the China effect of 104 startups. They were 51, so almost half of it over the past 20 years were Chinese. In China, I should say. And as there were no closures outside China, there was a net decrease over the past 2 decades of 48 reactors. Next indicator is the number of nuclear reactors operating and the operating capacity. We had reached a historic peak in 2002 at 438 reactors. The current or mid-year, mid-2025 number is 408, thus 30 reactors below the largest historic number of operating reactors. The maximum operating capacity together with production was a slight new record at the end of 2024, and since then it has slightly decreased again. So we will see what the end of year figure will bring. Reactors under construction peaked in 1979. It's another example of, decades-old peaks of nuclear power development. What we currently have is about 1/4 of the reactors listed as under construction. Half of them are Chinese, 32 of 63 in total. And we look at the situation outside China. So the peak was 234 in 1979. Today we have 31, as compared to 32 listed as under construction 1959, which is incidentally when I was born, actually. So it's a few years ago. Next kind of attempt to analyze is the how are the constructions to be seen by technology vendor. And we have seen that the country that is building inside its country, China, is the only one that has very large number under construction. But Russia turns out as a major player with supplying 3 newcomer countries with reactors, Bangladesh, Egypt, and Turkey. It also has delivered technology and is building in China and India. There are some, you could say, the vintage projects from the 80s and 70s in Slovakia. It's a Russian design, but completed. The Italian NL was involved in this Slovakian project for some time, not with the best results, I would briefly comment. And the only other country building abroad is France, that is building 2 reactors in the UK. And China has actually started building in December last year in Pakistan. Looking at construction times, we try to understand what are the projections, the scheduled construction times versus reality. I mean, this is really meant as a reality check, so it's a typical example. There are the announced projections, which is always around 5 years. And then we look at the reality, which is roughly twice as long, with a big variety of delays, depending on project by project. But as we can see, there's only one Chinese project which was close to scheduled construction time. All the others were significantly delayed, including in China. Construction starts. Now, to clarify, a construction start is not if somebody makes a photo op with a shovel and a hard hat. That's not construction start. The construction start is technically defined as first concrete for the foundations of the reactor building. That is when officially the construction of a nuclear reactor starts. So under that definition, we have seen a peak in 1976 with 44 units, 11 of which have been abandoned later in the course, 1/4. And we've seen 5 construction starts in 2025 already, and 9 in 2024. If we look at the China effect, 3 of 5 are in China, and of the 9 in 2024, 6 were in China, and the Chinese industry is building an additional one in Pakistan, so it's 7 implemented by the Chinese industry. In fact, of the overall constructions, I should say this here, since 2020, 45 construction starts took place around the world. 44 of these are either implemented by China or by Russia mainly for Russia abroad and mainly at home for China. The only exception is a construction start in Korea, South Korea. So outside China, we see that very little has been happening for a long time when it comes to construction starts. So since there's little building, it means that the aging of reactor fleets is continuing. Only China has an average age around 10 years, South Korea 24, Russia just above 30, and France close to 39 years. And it's a wonderful straight line, of aging since the middle of the 1980s, 40 years of aging. And the United States is almost a straight line since the middle of the 1970s. 32.1 years. And just a little blip on small modular reactors, because everybody talks about them, not because there's really a lot to report, but there's a lot of talk about them. The only design that was under construction for 10 years has been abandoned in 2024. That was in Argentina, a small 25 megawatt design. Then, there was a program for micro modular reactor in Canada, which was supposed to be built at Chalk River, but it seems to have stalled. So we only have seen so far two projects that actually went to the production of electricity, 2 in Russia and 2 in China, which corresponds to the other statistics in other areas, for other indicators. And they show very low performance. And also in both cases, construction times were significantly longer than anticipated. Overall investments have been estimated by the Nuclear Energy Agency of the OECD at just over $15 billion US, of which about 1/3 of private sources. But this is basically spread out over a very large number of potential designs that are at various, from PowerPoint level to ready for construction or close to be ready for construction. So a broad range of the state of development. The Nuclear Energy Agency has counted 127 designs. So if you look at what that means for single projects, there's very little money available to actually finance this development. The other point is estimates of electricity or energy. LCO stands for levelized cost of energy, which means you look at the overall cost over the expected lifetime of a facility. And the calculation estimates are 3 to 4 times higher than wind plus solar plus storage, a hybrid system according to an Australian study. I'm going to rush through a couple of more slides. This is interesting because every dot is a reactor that has been built in China. And it shows a quite surprising scheme where you can see that we actually have seen an increasing trend, like in other countries, of construction times, even in China, beyond their average of 6.1 years, which is a lot lower than in the Western countries. A couple of comments on France. These are startups and closures in France, and we see this huge gap between 1999 and 2024, with Flamanville 3 coming online, and no more reactor under construction. The analysis of project forecasting for Flamanville is interesting, and you might want to dig into this slide in more in the report, but it basically shows that the original estimate and at construction start was in real money, so in 2023 money, 4.5 billion euros, and reality was close to 24 billion euros. Startup was scheduled for 2012 and happened in 2024, so 12 years delay. Oh, I'm actually realizing that I'm in the wrong presentation, so this is this morning's presentation. So I apologize, I have to get the other presentation.
Dmitry Gorgakov.
Hmm?
It's the turn of Dmitry Gorgakov. Dmitry Gorgakov, che
I'm just getting the other one up.
Attivo presso la Fondazione Bellona a Vilnius.
Can you put an intermediate slide, please? There are the colleagues. That's a good intermediate slide. So excuse me, my colleagues, I have to change the presentation. You're the next.
Next is Dmitry Gorgakov.
Here we go. Okay, you can go back. You can go back to the... Oh, I have to... I'm not sharing. I should be sharing. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks. So, il contributo di Dmitry Gorgakov è sull'interdipendenza che c'è tra il nucleare, Russia, Ucraina.
Thank you. Hello everyone, and thank you for your interest to our work. I will speak about Russia, Ukraine, and Russian interdependencies. As Mycle already said in the beginning, Russia is the largest exporter of reactors. But speaking about Russia, let me first say a few words about the situation inside the country. Russia's nuclear fleet, the world's fourth largest, is aging, and older reactors are being shut down. As a result, output has fallen for 2 years in a row, and nuclear's share in the energy mix has declined for 4. Today it is about 18%, but Vladimir Putin has ordered it to rise to 25% by 2045. Russia's state corporation Rosatom is following 2 strategies to achieve this. First, it is extending the lifetimes of existing plants, even RBMK reactors of Chernobyl type, which are now getting a 5-year extension for the first time. Second, Russia has launched a large construction program. Russia is building 5 large units and 2 SMRs at the same time, a scale not seen for at least a decade. In total, about 40 reactors with nearly 29 gigawatts of capacity are planned. So over the next 10 years, Russia will be much more focused on domestic construction than it was in the previous decade. But it is still unclear where all these projects can be financed. Speaking about Ukraine, whose situation is closely tied to Russia's actions, I would highlight three aspects. First, the risk to nuclear facilities during the war. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe, is still occupied and in the spotlight, and Russia plans to restart it. In the middle of fighting, this would sharply raise both the chance and the scale of possible nuclear accident. The other three nuclear power plants, which supply almost half of Ukraine's electricity, are also at risk. As long as the war continues, damage to critical infrastructure and the risk of accidents remain. Second, the role of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, and other international bodies during the war in Ukraine. The current international nuclear safety and security system, both institutions and the international treaty framework, cannot prevent nuclear risk in wartime and has little ability to reduce them once the conflict begins. And the third, the lesson of Ukraine's quick shift away from Russia in nuclear fuel supply. Even deep dependence in this area can be overcome. This is an extreme case, of course, but it provides lessons that may be studied by other countries. I didn't mention Ukraine's experience by chance. Dependence on Russia in nuclear supplies is still very high. So far, there are no official EU sanctions banning the purchase of uranium or nuclear fuel from Russia. Although some individual countries have tried to phase out these imports. The charts on this slide on the left show that in 2024, Europe's purchases of uranium and of conversion and enrichment services fell compared to the 2023 peak. On the right on this slide, you can see a similar trend in the United States, imports of enriched uranium from Russia. But it is unclear how stable these trends will be. The United States has already passed a law banning imports of enriched uranium from Russia starting in 2028. The EU has not introduced such restrictions, but has started to discuss them. The 5 EU countries with Soviet-designed VVER reactors still import nuclear fuel from Russia. In 2024, however, supplies were about 24% lower than in 2023. It seems that operators had stockpiled fuel earlier, so they reduced purchases slightly. The data on this slide don't include Bulgaria, since information of the country's nuclear imports is quite fragmentary, even in Eurostat. But for the other countries, such as Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and Finland, we have data from various sources. You can find more details in the report. By 2024, all 5 countries had signed contracts with alternative suppliers. Some of them, like the Czech Republic and Finland, have already received new fuel and even started loading it into reactors. This indicates that in the coming years, these countries may be able to shift away from nuclear fuel. Up to now, I have spoken about dependence on Russia through fuel and equipment purchases. But in fact, the picture is deeper. For several years, the World Nuclear Industry Status Report has raised the issue of interdependencies. interdependence. The Western nuclear industry needs Russia not only as a supplier, but also as a client and partner. Since Russia is essentially responsible for a third of all nuclear power plant construction worldwide, taking part in the building of 20 units abroad and 5 large units inside the country. On this slide, I show 3 examples. First, the French company Framatome is still trying to organize licensed assembly of Russian fuel for VVR reactors at its plant in Lingen, Germany, to secure a place in this market. Second, Western companies, including French ones, supply equipment for Russian export projects. For example, French turbines. And third, Western firms, companies and contractors are actively involved in the PACH-2 nuclear power plant projects in Hungary, the Russian project. All this shows that the links between Russia and the global nuclear industry are far more complex than simple fuel purchases. And to fully analyze these interdependencies, we need not only to look closely at what Russia is doing, but also to have a better understanding of the Western nuclear industry, which, as elsewhere, tends to remain relatively closed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dimitri. Well, Tim, I hope you can hear us okay, and it's your turn.
Yes, loud and clear. Hello, everybody. So if we can go to the first slide. So the trends in the US largely follow the global trends. And we can see that just in the last year, there was a slight increase in total nuclear generation, mostly due to the startup of the Vogtle 4 reactor, the last reactor that was under construction in the US. But the overall share of electricity generation was down to essentially the peak in the late 1990s or level in the 1990s. And then if you actually count distributed solar generation, was at a net low of 17.8%. The fleet is aging, just as the global trend goes. We have 20 reactors that are over 51 years of age, and the retirements have outpaced additions over the last decade and a half. There are some proposed restarts of those reactors, which is unprecedented in the U.S., but is proceeding. But there are no reactors under construction, despite what you might hear of this declaration that we are in a Renaissance period again. But in fact, there are no commercial reactors under construction. There are some prototypes. There are some construction permit applications under review, and some other developments. But mostly what we're seeing is essentially pre-application design reviews. Next slide. So essentially the continuation of the sustainment of the nuclear generation capacity is mostly due to license extensions, and this relatively complicated picture has been made a little easier by a fantastic graphic that the team has to that instead of looking at this complicated series of numbers. So there were 135 reactors that have been built and started up in the U.S., but currently only 94 of those are operating. If we can go to the next slide. 96 of those 135 received what are called initial license renewals from 40 to 60 years of operation. And 86 of those are currently operating. 10 retired subsequent to their license renewal. So we'll go to 86, and then of those now, because of the advanced age of the fleet, we are into what's being called a period of subsequent license renewal from 60 to 80 years. 13 reactors have received those approvals. There are currently 12 under review. For the next slide, and then there are essentially investment decisions being made for a further 26, and then an additional 3 of these proposed reactor restarts that would increase the total to 29 of those. But in essence, over half of the U.S. reactor fleet is subject to these subsequent license renewals out to 80 years. So we see that the industry is really sort of pinning its hopes on the continued operation of the existing reactors for the foreseeable future. Next slide. And this is the full picture. So this has all been enabled by a trend of essentially state and federal subsidies. The largest piece of that now is the federal subsidies, which involve mainly two pieces of legislation enacted in the last few years, providing tens of billions of dollars of essentially direct investment by the federal government into the continued operation of these aging reactors, as well as some investment, or at least the offering of investment into the construction of new reactors, and potentially could impact investment decisions, but we're really not seeing that yet. Next slide. But to get a sense of the impact this has had, so we've had 13 reactor retirements in the last 15 years. That is almost matched by a number of closures that were announced, but then later reversed by the availability of these significant subsidies. Next slide. There's also been several policy interventions at the federal level from several pieces of legislation that have essentially tried to streamline the licensing process for new reactors. But then significantly this year, several interventions directly by the Trump administration through what are called executive orders, which involve both setting a target of 400 gigawatts of nuclear capacity, as well as, again, further undermining the regulatory authority of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission through expediting licensing, downsizing the agency overall, and then directing a whole sort of overhaul of the existing regulatory framework. And then there have been several interventions at the state level, with state governments passing legislation to encourage nuclear reactor development. We do see this alarming development from a few months ago, where this appointed Department of Government Efficiency is also directly intervening at the NRC to assert the White House's authority over the agency. Next slide.
Tim, if you could slow down just a little bit, because there is simultaneous translation, please.
Sure. So this brings me to one of the main topics that's been highlighted over the last year, which is these flurry of deals announced between artificial intelligence companies and nuclear power companies. And you might think that on the basis of this, that there's tremendous investment going into the nuclear industry from the artificial intelligence or data center industry. And that is not really the case. We do see one of these deals, which pre-exists the more recent trend of involving direct purchase of electricity by Amazon from a nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania, which could add up to about 2,000 megawatts of capacity. But all the other deals really involve potential investments, power purchase agreements that would not start for a few years yet. And are highly contingent on several things, including licensing approvals, further cost reductions in the construction of new reactors, and what the industry is calling cost overrun insurance, which they are sort of positing would be a commitment by the federal government or state governments to basically take up the cost burden of cost overruns on new reactor projects. There have really only been two direct investments by the major tech companies into nuclear corporations. And despite the hundreds of billions of dollars that these AI companies have, the actual amount of investment is a little over $1 billion, 500 million from Amazon into an SMR company called X-Energy, and then $650 million, the microchip manufacturer, into TerraPower. But again, even those two deals don't involve any imminent generation of electricity by nuclear power plants, as the construction of those reactors, in the case of X-Energy, is several years off, probably into the 2030s at best, and for TerraPower, not for another couple of years. That brings us to one of the later developments that we've been tracking in the report for the last several years. If you can go to the next slide. which is the series of essentially high-profile corruption and fraud cases that have been brought by federal prosecutors against nuclear corporations, including most prominently the case of Exelon in Illinois, which has been found to be, well, executives of the company and a former politician have been guilty of essentially taking bribes to pass legislation involving billions of dollars of subsidies to Exelon. The very high-profile case involving First Energy with $60 million bribery scheme for $1 billion nuclear power plant subsidy that has also resulted in the convictions of high-profile politicians and executives and lobbyists. And then most recently, the final conviction in the fraud case involving the construction of the 2 AP1000 reactors in South Carolina, which was canceled when Westinghouse went bankrupt, with the conviction of the former Westinghouse Vice President Jeffrey Benjamin last year. So that is, and so the interconnection between these various trends of subsidies, license extensions, and corruption has been a sort of prominent feature in the coverage of the nuclear industry for the last several years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Next is Fred Dvorak. She's in the Washington, D.C. area in the U.S. Fred, you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about Japan and Fukushima. Starting with the status in Japan, one of the biggest developments this past year was an official change in nuclear policy, in government policy on nuclear energy. So Japanese energy policies are outlined in what's called a strategic energy plan. It's revised every 3 to 4 years. And in February, the government approved the 7th plan that calls for the country to, quote, maximize the use of nuclear power along with renewables. And that's a turnaround. It's a shift from the policy after the Fukushima Daiichi meltdowns. Previous plans had called for Japan to reduce dependency on nuclear power as much as possible. The most recent plan also opened the door to new reactor construction for the first time since the Fukushima disaster. But if you look at the expected share of nuclear power in Japan's total energy mix, it hasn't really changed. Both the 6th and the 7th, the most recent plan, estimated that nuclear's share would be around 20% of the total energy mix in the next 5 to 15 years. But a note of, reality check, it was 8.4% last fiscal year. So those are seen to be as very optimistic estimates. Next slide, please. Taking a look at nuclear energy production now, generation is slowly plummeting to zero a few years after the Fukushima Daiichi meltdowns. 2 reactors were approved for restart in the fiscal year that ended in March 2025, and nuclear power generation increased 9.5% in 2024. Japan now has 14 reactors that are considered operational, with 19 in long-term outage. And in another first, the restart application of one of those 19, which is the Tsuruga 2 unit, was denied in November 2024. That was the first such denial post-Fukushima. And that is because under the new safety regulations, you cannot operate a reactor if there is an active earthquake fault right underneath. And the nuclear regulator said that Tsuruga 2's owner hadn't proved that there was not. Next slide, please. So moving on to the status of decommissioning and cleanup at Fukushima Daiichi, there was a milestone of sorts. For the first time, TEPCO took out a bit of fuel debris. Now, fuel debris is the mess that's left after the fuel assemblies in units 1, 2, and 3. here, overheated and melted. They melted through the steel pressure vessel that surrounded them and through the metal wiring and electronic equipment underneath, and ate into the steel and concrete foundation below. There is an estimated 880 tons of it in the 3 vessels. It's highly radioactive, and so it has to be removed in such a way to shield workers and the outside world. But nobody knows quite where it is, since people can't go in and look. These diagrams show TEPCO's best guess at what is happening in each unit. Next slide, please. TEPCO started debris retrieval at Unit 2. There were a lot of delays from the pandemic and also some technical problems and mishaps. It was supposed to happen in 2021, but it didn't begin until the fall of 2024. TEPCO conducted 2 retrievals in November 2024 and April of this year. You can see the contraption TEPCO used on the left here. It looks a bit like a fishing rod. They extended the rod through a shaft in the containment vessel, which is normally used to install equipment, and then they lowered a cable with gripping pincers. TEPCO managed, you can see the sort of the relationship to the reactor on the right-hand side. TEPCO managed to get a total of around 0.9 grams this way, around a billionth of the fuel debris estimated to be in the 3 units. And they've sent those samples to labs for analysis, but clearly they're not going to take out 880 tons that way. So TEPCO still has to figure out how to feasibly dig the stuff out at scale without exposing the world to more radiation. Next slide, please. A little bit about water. One perennial problem at Fukushima Daiichi has been controlling the huge amount of radioactively contaminated water on site, most of it stored in rows of tanks. So this chart, it's in Japanese, but it shows the accumulated water in storage from April 2014 on. So if you ignore all those spiky lines on the bottom, which refer to rainfall, the bars, the purple area is what is estimated to be in reactor buildings. The dark green shows water that hasn't yet been filtered with the ALPS system, which is the system that removes most radioactive elements beside tritium. And the light blue is water that has been treated with the ALPS system. And you can see that the measures TEPCO has taken to curb accumulation of contaminated water have slowed the increase in the amount being stored on site, and that the totals finally started to decrease after TEPCO started releasing ALPS treated water into the ocean in August of 2023. Although there's obviously a lot left. Next slide, please. But a lot of that ALPS treated water didn't get purified enough to discharge. Around 2/3 of the 1.2 cubic meters of that treated water has to be reprocessed, as this chart shows. Next slide, please. And finally, a word on Japan's food safety monitoring, which we dove into in the report. The big question is whether Japan's food supply is safe from radioactive contamination. Japan monitors food safety by testing products for radioactive cesium. At one point, Fukushima Prefecture was screening every bag of rice produced there, more than 11 million per year. And this slide is a screen capture from one of the Fukushima sites. One measure of Japan's success in its monitoring is that 55 countries initially banned Japanese food exports, and now most of those have lifted their bans. China was a big holdout, especially after TEPCO started releasing ALPS-treated water into the ocean. But a few months ago, even China started importing marine products from some areas. Next slide, please. But when you look closely at testing results, you can see that they are pretty opaque and hard to understand. There's a lot of detail in the report, but here's a quick example. This chart shows the number of food items tested for radioactive contamination from 2011 to 2023 based on official Japanese data. A couple of problems jump out. First, the testing peaks in 2015 at a bit over 260,000 items. So it obviously doesn't include the millions of bags of rice that Fukushima had been screening. It turns out that some testing makes it into the official figures, but not all, which can be confusing. Also, you see a huge drop in test numbers in 2020. That's when Japan switched from blanket testing of cattle to spot testing. So test numbers are volatile. Finally, Japan has been focusing its testing on the items where radioactive contamination has been found. Mostly that's wild game and fish or foraged plants, and it has been decreasing the number of tests on farmed products. Next slide. Here's the result between 2020 to 2023. The dark blue is mostly farmed foods. They're labeled possible to manage cultivation and feeding. And the lighter blue is mostly wild and foraged foods labeled difficult to manage. So that difficult to manage category is where the largest percentage of testing is now taking place. But since that's also the most contaminated category, it can also, if you're not careful, give an erroneous impression that contamination levels overall are rising in the total. So all this is to say that Japan's food safety monitoring results are hard to interpret and that observers should probably approach them with care. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Fred. Just as a matter of precision, the target dates, the target figures for the share of nuclear is in electricity, not energy. So I think I get that right, correct? The 20% are total electricity, not total energy.
Mix,
yes.
The total mix.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Fred, and the floor is to Alex Wimmers.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, it's my pleasure to give another overview of the decommissioning status report, a part of the WNISR that I'm proud to be doing together with colleagues at TU Berlin since 2018. In this report, we give an overview of the activities that are happening at the nuclear power reactors that have been closed, which as of the 1st of July 2025 were 218, which corresponded to about 110 gigawatts of capacity. And interestingly, these 218 reactors are now, or correspond now to 1/3 of all reactors that have ever been connected to the grid. The average age of these reactors at closure was 28.7 years. And most of these younger plants were closed in the early days of nuclear power, so in the beginning of the 1970s to 80s. And in the past few years, we've seen that more and more older plants have been coming offline as they slowly reach the ends of their technical lifetimes. And so over the last 5 years, 28 units were disconnected from the grid with an average age of 43.2 years. This slide is, I think, one of the most interesting ones in the report, because it shows the projection of the capacity development of nuclear power over the next 25 years from now. What you can see here in the bottom row in this brownish color are the expected closures of the nuclear power plants. We say expected because this graph includes the authorized lifetime extensions for the plants that we know of, and a 40-year average lifetime for the plants that yet received these lifetime extensions. And as Tim said earlier, this some of these licenses are still under consideration. So we might see a shift towards the future in these in the graph below. But what we can see in total is that over the next 25 years, 243 reactors will come off the grid, which corresponds to over 200 gigawatts. And these closures that will happen inevitably at some point, every reactor will come off the grid, will first have to be compensated through new power plants, and then you can start to talk about tripling or doubling future capacities on the grid. So as I said, we also monitor the events and the dismantling procedures at the plants that have already been closed. As of 2025, there were 23 countries with closed reactors, and 218 of those reactors. From the last year's report, we had 5 additional closures. One of them was in Belgium, 2 in Canada, and 2 further in Taiwan, which makes Taiwan the latest country to close all of its nuclear power plants. And these 5 reactors that were closed last year correspond to 3.5 or 3.3 gigawatts. We track the progress at the individual reactors using this 3-stage classification scheme. So we have the warm-up stage, in which defueling activities and preparatory activities for the next stage, which is the hot zone stage, are conducted. And at the hot zone stage, dismantling of the reactor internals begins, and these are the most complex activities in dismantling and decommissioning. And then once these activities have concluded, the plants move on to the final stage, which is the ease-off stage, in which the remaining buildings are demolished. And then finally, the plant or the site is released from regulatory oversight, either as a brownfield site with infrastructure remaining, or as a greenfield site for any, especially non-nuclear use. As of July 2025, we had 96 reactors in the warm-up stage, 33 in the hot zone stage, and 24 reactors in the ease-off stage. And obviously this does not correspond to 218 because we still have 42 reactors in a status that we do not show here, which is the status of so-called long-term enclosure, in which a plant is placed into a state of waiting, and actual dismantling activities are deferred by years to decades. The reasons vary from country to country. Now, because decommissioning activities have been ongoing since the first closures of the plants, there are some plants that have been, or some reactors to be more precise, that have actually been decommissioned. However, these are only 23 reactors. 70 of those are located in the United States, 4 in Germany, 1 in Japan, and the most recent addition to this list of completed reactor dismantling is the Zorita plant in Spain, which completed decommissioning or dismantling in 2024. What you can see here on the left with the highlighted names of the plants, these are those that have been released as a greenfield site, so for any other purpose. And most of the other plants have been released as brownfield sites because they still house some form of infrastructure, mostly interim storage waste facilities. The time these reactors take to be dismantled is often longer than they were actually running, and it can last from years to decades. We have very high variability here. The shortest plant that was dismantled was the Elk River plant with 6 years, which compares to the Humboldt Bay reactor, which took a total of 45 years to dismantle. In the report itself, which we don't highlight here, we also have some case studies, countries that we focus upon. This year we added some more information on German activities, and we also focused a bit more on Taiwan because of the recent closure of their last power plants. And I think with that, I move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Here is Rogero. I was wondering where you were. I didn't realize you were just sitting there. Thank you very much, Alex, and I give over the floor to Rogero.
Good afternoon. We have seen a lot of facts and figures which show that the nuclear industry is not in such a good shape. On the other side, we are hearing of great claims of a revival. That seems to be some contradiction. And we are wondering and asking what is really happening here. And for understanding that a little bit better, it's useful to take a step back and to look a little bit at the physical background of these technologies, of the role of these technologies in the overall energy system, and also the competing technologies, which is quite a cluster, competing technologies with nuclear energy, and also to look a little bit at the history of energy technologies and the overall system. Nuclear power has been conceived 60, 70 years ago, and the principles have not changed very much. Meanwhile, the context, however, has changed a lot. Climate awareness has increased. Electricity markets have been liberalized step by step, starting in the 90s and in different stages in different countries. We have a complex of new energy technologies which start to disrupt markets and systems. We have international competition which has widened considerably, especially with the appearance of China on the world stage, accelerating change, innovation going ever quicker, and that penalizes long lead times. Well, if we look at the technologies themselves, we have nuclear power, which has been developed after the construction of the nuclear bomb, and the fascination of using the forces which are in the nuclear core, in the nucleus of the atoms, where different forces are active than those we experience in everyday life. And these special forces have two properties which are difficult to deal with. On one side, it's necessary to control a potentially explosive chain reaction. And on the other side, it's necessary to deal with radioactive radiation. And these are two things which have not been dealt with in former energy technologies, and they require quite a technological effort to deal with. And since they are dangerous, also theft, terrorism, and war are important things, so that also physical protection, safety, security are important. In addition to these specific difficulties of touching nuclear forces, we have the traditional principles of physics which govern heat systems and mechanical systems. As coal plants or hydroelectric plants, nuclear power plants first produce heat. You have to deal with heat. And on the other side, you have to deal with mechanical movements. And both of these technologies, which are macro technologies we experience in our everyday world, they are much more efficient if you build large plants. Also, coal plants and hydroelectric plants have grown over time. So we have reactor pressure vessels which weigh more than 400 tons, and we have huge constructions which take 5 to 10 years to construct we have on-site construction, we have single designs, and we have series sizes ranging from 1 to 10. Completely different is photovoltaics, which in a similar way as nuclear power has been enabled by the discoveries of modern physics at the beginning of the last century. That means quantum mechanics and going down to the level of atoms. But here we are not touching the nucleus, but here we are touching the electron shell of atoms, and we are dealing with electrical forces and not with these strange nuclear forces. Therefore, we have no special unknown dangers. A photovoltaic cell directly converts solar radiation into electricity without heat, without mechanical movements. We have small units. A standard thing is 3 grams. It could also be smaller. And it directly produces electricity. These things are then put together in modules of different kinds. We need to protect them only against dirt, humidity, hail, something like that, but there are no basic problems. And therefore we can produce them in huge amounts. New factories produce up to 2 billion cells per year. That's a completely different kind of technology than nuclear power. And what is true for photovoltaics is also true for the 2 other key technologies which are important for helping photovoltaics to compensate the fluctuations of daily weather. That's on one side the conversion technology of power electronics, which can convert different kinds of electricity into one another, and on the other side the new increasing possibilities of electricity storage. We had the node system where the idea of nuclear power was born, central generation, top-down distribution in dumb grids, separate systems for electricity, for heating, and for transport, and central control. These were quite simply, but costly and unsustainable. Meanwhile, we have a bunch of other technologies, low-cost generation with photovoltaics, efficient conversion between different kinds of electricity and between different kinds of energy, mainly enabled by these power electronics, which have increased in efficiency and density. The density of power electronics devices, for example, for steering an electric car has increased by the factor of 1,000 between 1990 and today. That's something people usually are not aware. And this way of conversion today is also, by the means of power electronics, able to be controlled digitally, because these are similar technologies. So it's a completely different approach of control. And to that, in addition, comes now affordable storage. Therefore, we have an emerging system where photovoltaics will be the main energy source, because it's the one which decreases costs more quickly than all others, also more quickly than wind, which is essentially still mechanical technology. We have increasing flexibility at all levels, which stabilize the system and are able to compensate these fluctuations of solar power. We have a pervasive electrification which links all sectors, also heat and transport, and allows for much higher efficiency than until now. And we have, through that, a bottom-up control, since millions of producers and consumers of electricity must be coordinated, but very often behind the meter we have new automatic control systems that bring a completely different logic. So we have a complex system, but affordable and sustainable. And in this new context, nuclear power, which has been conceived in a completely different era and involves heat and mechanical movement, has increasing difficulties to behave and to compete with other possibilities. This competition is illustrated here by an analysis for the situation in Germany, a country which has much less sun than Italy. And here you see solar power is cheaper than all others beside wind, which is still in the same range, but solar power is becoming more cheaper more quickly than wind, and the others are already more expensive. The essential jump in the last year has been the enormous drop in costs of battery systems. 40% for grid-connected battery storage systems. Other figures apply to electrical cars and so on. The key point why this has happened is that lithium has become scarce with the growing production, but lithium production has now been following the demand, and we are back on the general curve here of cost reductions. And this drop last year has really touched a tipping point, crossed the tipping point, because now around the clock of 20 hours, with present prices of home storage systems you can buy in Germany with Amazon, come down to 3.4 cents per kilowatt hour. That's affordable. So solar power is available around the clock. Not yet around the year, but around the clock it's available. So it's a continuous source if you can compensate it, for example, with wind or long-term storage over the year. The result is, since many years, a very strong investment growth in solar. Here down the line you see is the investment into nuclear. It's quite stable, it's low. Wind has grown considerably, but much more has grown the investment in solar. It's not comparable what we are seeing here, renewables investment and the investment into nuclear. And correspondingly, the result in the electricity production, we have a long history of nuclear, and we have a shorter history of wind, and an even shorter history of solar. And the growth rate of solar is much stronger than all others. And as we have seen at the beginning, solar electricity production and wind electricity production have crossed nuclear electricity production, not in 24, but in 25. If we look who is behind that, there's always a lot of discussion about China. China controls 80% of the photovoltaic production. It controls 80%, not of the electricity, but of the equipment. It controls more than 80% of battery production. It controls a large amount of power electronics. There's always much talk about the investment of China in nuclear, but here, if we see the comparison, it's flat, it's low. What is coming down in the share of electricity production is coal. Coal is decreasing, and what is enormously growing is solar. China is betting on solar, and they know why. However, solar in our countries brings some problems. You have heard about the problems we had in Spain some months ago. The grid is not yet in a stage where it really can react to the fluctuations of solar power in these quantities. And we see that here in Europe, that the number of hours where electricity prices were below zero, which is an indicator of instability, are growing. We need that the grid adapts to that, and we need a strong increase in flexibility. Flexibility can be increased through smart control of power use, but also through storage, and storage is growing enormously. You have growth rates of battery energy storage systems in Europe over or nearly 60% per year in Europe in the last years. And it's accelerating due to this price drop. In California already in the evening hours, I think about 40% of electricity is coming from batteries which have been charged during the day. That's a big change, but we have also another interesting change that minor markets, mainly low-income countries, are starting to leapfrog. They are now investing heavily in systems which combine solar, flexibility, and storage. We have an increase of 95% in 2024 in these minor markets. And those countries which do not count with these minor markets, mainly the major markets, the investment is even decreasing. What is often neglected and not seen, but gets increasing attention, that a lot of the solar installations are not ground-mounted utility scale installations, but worldwide 42% of the installations have been in 2024, have been on the roofs. In some countries, it's much higher. In Turkey, it's 90% installation on the roofs. In Japan, it's about 70. In Germany, it's now over 60, but already the stock in Germany is over 80% on roofs. That means basically behind the meter. Electricity which is not going through the public grid. And that changes the whole power relations in the electricity industry. And in China, they had experiments to boost that. They had some difficulties. They have decreased a little bit last year to 44% of share of decentralized PV, but they have again augmented it considerably this year. So there is a revolution behind the meter going on, changing completely the economic relationships within the electricity market. Well, summarizing, we can say it has been a pivotal year in 24, beginning 25. Battery cost drops enormously. That has as a consequence that PV is available around the clock. 24-hour storage is competitive. We have a revolution behind the meter, and we have grid expansion needs that are reduced. We need an expansion of grids because electricity through electrification is growing. But on the other side, grids do not need to grow in the same amount because buffering improves the utilization of grids, buffering with batteries, and we have an increasing amount of electricity behind the meter not going through the public grids. Moreover, we have new technologies in photovoltaics. A further efficiency improvement is imminent. We will have a jump with new technologies. The overall system logic, as I already said, is changing because we have a huge boost in home and building and industry management systems behind the meter, so that the control is coming from below and not from the old owners of the system. We have also a growth of electricity needs with increasing electrification, with new markets, and with artificial intelligence. And this opens space for new installations for renewables because only renewables, it's the cheapest solution and it's by far the quickest solution. Also, those in AI who claim to have a need for new electricity, perhaps nuclear, the easiest thing is or to put the gas turbine, which for climate reasons is not a solution, or to put their solar system with other technologies as storage, and that's much quicker than any other energy technology we have had until now. And the last point to mention is this leapfrogging by low-income countries. So it's a pivotal year, and I think you will now make the overall conclusion. Thank you.
Abbiamo finito le relazioni del mattino e adesso abbiamo una parte di domande e risposte con i relatori. Inviterei... Sì. No, qui c'è domande e risposte.
I'm still just saying a few words as I did this morning.
Let me go on, please. Abbiamo la parte delle domande e delle risposte e poi passeremo invece alla tavola rotonda con gli esperti italiani. So before we have the round table with the Italian experts on the Italian situation, so to say, we have a space for a session for question and answers to the experts who have made their presentation till now. I invite you to make questions to first, if there are, to the two speakers which are connected with us via Zoom. Please, if you want to say some words.
Yeah, I was just I'm seeing that I have been disconnected from the Zoom. So that's a problem with the colleagues. Okay, well. So it's just the Zoom sharing that dropped. Is the Zoom sharing dropped? Oh, good. I have to reconnect. Maybe if there's already, we can already collect questions, maybe before I do my
Ci sono
conclusion.
domande per i relatori del pomeriggio e per i due relatori collegati via Zoom. Any questions to the speakers of this afternoon and to the speakers who are linked from it? Alex.
Thank you. I have a question for Tim regarding the development at the NRC and the interventions of the Department of Government Efficiency and so on. What is your impression of these developments regarding safety, security, and then obviously licensing speed of new plants? Will there be will just plants be licensed pro forma and then we'll see what happens, or are there still people trying to fight back?
Well, it's a little too early to say exactly what the outcome of this might be. The directives that President Trump has given to the NRC are to complete licensings of new reactors within 18 months and all other types of licensing proceedings within 12 months. And the NRC has issued statements saying that they intend to comply with those deadlines, not only in the overall, but also in specifically with respect to these construction permit applications that have already been submitted and are currently under review. We're just not, but I think, even buried within those statements, there are some caveats around, whether the applicants are able to respond, timely to requests for information that the NRC has. So we're just not really sure. It's only been 3 months since those directives were issued. But I think we are concerned that, consequent with these other executive orders, that the agency is going to be significantly downsized. And so their capacity to essentially be able to process these applications on those in these proceedings could be challenged, especially because they're being given other directives, such as a wholesale review and revision of the entire regulatory code, and at least the statutory requirement that they maintain an inspection program for reactors as well. So we just don't know yet how this is going to go. But the signals that are being sent, essentially that the NRC is to curtail, the role of what's called the Advisory Committee on Reactor Safeguards, which is an independent body of experts that is also involved in safety reviews of license applications, is to be curtailed. And this directive that the NRC is to curb its reviews of reactor designs that have already been, quote, approved by the Department of Energy and or the Department of Defense, which have been directed in these executive orders to actually begin construction of power reactors themselves outside of an NRC licensing process. So there's a lot that's going on here that we just, it's not far enough along yet to make an accurate prediction of what's going to happen.
Thanks. Any other questions? No, non vedo altre richieste di domande e quindi passiamo allora alle parole conclusive. Sì, certo. Yes, if the speakers connected with us want to leave the presentation, of course, we thank them, and we go on with the final conclusion by Mycle Schneider.
Fred and Tim, of course, if you want to hang around for the rest of the session, you're most welcome. It's just we wanted to free you up if you wanted to go. So just a few words, in not a long another speech, but a few words as a matter of concluding remarks. Do we see this here now? Yep, here we come. All right, so we basically have had a big part of the conclusion given by Ruggero on the new system as it very quickly evolves. In parallel, we are seeing that the slow decline that we've seen of the role of the nuclear industry has continued. And just to remind a couple of indicators compared to last year's report, so where the data limit is mid-2024, the number of countries operating nuclear power reactors has declined from 32 to 31, with Taiwan closing its last reactor. And it's true that it's a piece of information that got certainly a lot less attention than all the plans of new building or of extending lifetimes of existing reactors. The number or countries building nuclear power reactors dropped from 13 to 11, which is also interesting because it doesn't really indicate sort of a trend change at all. While global nuclear power generation had a historic maximum in 2024, that result is exclusively to the buildup of the Chinese nuclear power program. It's bizarre. It just cut me off Zoom again, so I'll just keep on going. The increase over the previous record of 14 terawatt hours is very small. It corresponds approximately to the annual production of a nuclear reactor. The share of nuclear power, as I've indicated, has been declining since 1996. On the question of small modular reactors, there is none that is under construction in the Western world, leave alone operating. And the overall additions of global nuclear power capacity are, a few megawatts, a few gigawatts compared to hundreds of gigawatts in the solar domain, tens of gigawatts in the storage or wind electricity generation. And I thought it was interesting to look up last year's conclusions. And I concluded this piece of presentation, like the last sentence last year was, especially solar plus storage might rapidly turn into a global change maker in the energy equation. And that appears to have happened already over the past year. So it is a very fast development that we're witnessing. I thank you very much for your attention. I thank you very much for your inputs, and we're here, the team that is here, the members are ready to answer any further questions you might have. Thank you.
Grazie. Quindi ora passiamo alla tavola rotonda con gli esperti italiani. Livio De Santoli, tu scusa Francesco, non pensavo che sostituissi Zorzoli per Free. Direi di sì. Cambia.
Maybe we should get headphones. Huh?
Sì. Maria Grazia Midulla, che ho visto arrivare per il WWF. Sì, sì, venite qui al tavolo. Katusce Roe per Lega Ambiente. Gianni Silvestrini, direttore scientifico di Kyoto Club. Pippo Nufri, sì. Beh, va bene, dai. Pippo Nufrio per Greenpeace. Ce la fai? Resisti? Attilio Piattelli per presidente di Free.
Grazie. Non ce la faccio più. Vabbè, io mi alzo. Grazie, la metti accanto a me.
Annalisa Corrado invece eurodeputata e Benedetta Scudere eurodeputate salutano, ma
sulla flottiglia.
Sono, sì.
Sulla flottiglia.
No, ma sono tornate.
No.
Come no? Mi ha detto Sergio che sono tornate. Qui. Ringraziamo comunque per il lavoro che fanno al Parlamento europeo, ecco, e per aver partecipato all'impresa della flottiglia.
È stato evocato al ministro poi no? Sì, sì. Diciamo, esatto, esatto, come lo devo no, infatti è stato veramente in dettagli.
Possiamo partire, perfetto. Allora, la tavola rotonda la facciamo in italiano, sono tutti interlocutori italiani, anche perché il focus è cosa pensano della posizione del nostro governo, in particolar modo sul lancio di questo progetto per i piccoli reattori, moduli, quindi gli small modular reactors. Nella presentazione, questo lo ricordiamo, questo rapporto mondiale sono stati dati dei dati molto.
In this world report, some very interesting data was given, and they really depend on the answer to give to the government. The Karen report, which was supposed to be developed in Argentina in the 80s, was then abandoned after 10 years of attempts. The linear modular reactor, which had been proposed by Canada as a first reactor of its kind, that was supposed to build at Chalk River, has stalled, and we have two small modular reactors that have some performance in Russia at the Academy and two in China. Now, with respect to investments and the economy, on the basis of a slide we saw this morning, the OECD estimates a cost of $15.4 billion at world level and $4 billion in Russia from private sources. And a huge number of projects which are still on paper and do not receive appropriate funding. In Australia, likewise, from a reactor of this kind, the output is 3 to 4% of wind and solar plus storage production. So the data we heard this morning don't really stress this technology to which the Italian government is aiming of high connection reactors. We've heard Schneider say are declining. So I shall now start calling on you. I will start with Livio De Santoli from the Sapienza University. And the figures, as we expected from last year's report and the report of the year before that, seem to be very clear. They're undebatable because the data is certified. But the question we should be asking ourselves at this point is, even on the basis of these findings, what is the meaning of the Italian energy policy, which has the energy climate integrated plan, it has already embodied that. We have which has 400 megawatts of SMR and 8 gigawatts in 2050. Now, what do these figures mean? Given the fact that we don't want this just to be some sort of pun, this is really a government document and has been submitted to Europe. And Europe is in some difficulty. Europe has asked Italy, what do these figures about nuclear energy mean? So the Italian answer to this can be quite complex, but it hinges on 3 different levels. The first level, the role of training. Universities, first and foremost, but not only universities. After 2 referendums, if we were to go back to nuclear, which is an area which we gave up on in 1987, almost a century ago, well, what is the industry like? Is the industry well structured? Can it follow this new way? So apart from university and training, what about our industry? Can our industry cut it out for itself a slice of all this for our country? Or as usual, do we need to be subjected to know-how and materials to foreign sources? We've heard today, we've heard how clear the role played by China, Russia, and Australia are in this area. So having said this, I'd like to raise 2 or 3 points. Among ourselves, let us speak about the situation and the confusion there. Even the International Energy Agency, which, as many of you know, has drafted a document at the start of this year, sometime between March and April, the fact that we have a new year for nuclear energy, a document on nuclear energy, something that it had never done before. The IA had always had some leaning towards in nuclear energy, but it tells us a story, and it is the very important point of compared costs. They're the leveled ones, cost to energy ones, adjusted as IA says, that includes storage and adaptation. So many have already said that in spite of this adjustment, the cost of renewables are always lower, and this has been confirmed by the report we've heard today, and they're a lot lower. Well, according to me, the data in the report somehow answer this question about the confusion, because we just can't play with numbers. And the IEA really is not clear for unknown reasons, or maybe we know them well. So now let's come to something else. The time it takes to develop projects. The first 10 years of investments into nuclear energy are years which are at a loss. We've seen this in all the examples we've been given, and especially with the decline in or the shutdown of projects that have already been started. Yes, there's also another point, which we need public monies because the private sector won't pay up. And so the modular plants are always meant to be small, but it's 200 megawatts. And so that's not very little. And so we have these first 10 years where anything can happen. And during the first 10 years, we're not making any money. It takes another 10 years to have some returns on the energy produced. So do we have 10 years ahead, even if we wish to undertake this mission after 20 years, with a huge question mark that was underscored by the report? We start to the decommissioning. Nothing has gone into effect. And what has happened to the green fields? Nothing. So we'll keep this stuff with us for 20 years and forever. So there's another point which has not been well detailed, and it's the electric mix. We have this constant 10% for a peak in 1990 onwards. So by 2050, 10% will be nuclear. Now, this won't happen in Italy, not in France, not even in Europe, not even in France can this happen. Probably this will come about in Russia, etc. But if we just want to try to understand things, if we really want to have a mix, electrical mix where nuclear energy is involved, and the combination of nuclear and plus PV, and now it's on the physics. It's there that something happens. But the mix, electric energy and a small part of nuclear energy and a large proportion of renewables, is it possible? Is it feasible? Is it conceivable? Now, I have huge doubts about this. Regardless of the doubts we've expressed, it's not even convenient to think about a nuclear ceiling, albeit a small one, 10%, subjected or below the renewables, because we have to shift everything that is above. Nuclear energy cannot be modulated. It cannot, because the loss in terms of efficiency would increase the cost by a factor of 2 or 3, and the costs are already high. So there should be a ceiling to the mix. And then on top of that, all the renewables. So that would be further damage to the flexibility of renewables. Even further damage, there would be troughs and peaks that are unwarranted. And so this is bolstered by fact. In Italy, we've been studying this for a long time, but in countries such as Denmark, the proportion of 1% of the overall figure increases in 10% increase of the cost of the overall cost of energy. And I shall close because I see my moderator staring at me. She seems to be worried. Just one more minute to say, what are the difficulties? Well, the first thing we should say to everyone, government included, is that nuclear energy should not slow down the development of renewables. We must be firm about this. We ourselves are firm, but any slowdown, any shift of money, even if it's a small one, from one side to the other, even in terms of employment, 1,000 people moved here or there, should not disturb the state. The state has to attain its goal, and we know what the goals of the state are, and we hope we attain them. And then the importance of standardization of projects, simplification of authorizations, and a stable set of rules and regulations, stable legislation. There might be a legal possibility of going beyond the referendum, I don't know, perhaps through some nuclear platform. I don't think this is the right thing, but are we in a situation where a set of rules and regulations are stable, whether the standardization of nuclear projects are at a stage that can be effective and therefore comparable through the long-term spectrum? And then what about the gigawatts to be attained by 2035? We know that we don't have small nuclear reactors, but they will be costly. And really, this deadline given, or the time frame given, is just wishful thinking.
Bene, grazie perché ha portato altri spunti per la discussione.
Thank you. You gave us further suggestions for the discussion. We have the fact that for many years this project would not be providing any profits, and we are up against the climate crisis. So what do you feel about it? How do you feel about it? Well, I must say that I feel somewhat frustrated. Though I'm young, I've been participating in the 2 referendums against the nuclear energy. So it's quite frustrating that we still talk about nuclear energy and think about something else. Well, I'm not talking about other countries, but if you talk about the nuclear energy in Italy, means that you wish to sort of slow down energy transition. That's the only reason why you refer to nuclear energy in Italy. Italy has been the first country that has sort of relaunched the gas, and I wish you could recall what the US ambassador said the other day on TV. He said, Italy is the country which is purchasing most liquid gas from the US. So it's clear we talk about nuclear energy, we talk about fusion. Don't forget that we talk about fusion as well, because we don't want to go into renewables. So tomorrow we should be celebrating the first prototype of a fusion reactor. The first prototype of fusion reactor. The CEO of ENI has told the President of the Republic, saying that in 2005 there will be a first prototype, and 2030 there will be the first operating plant. This is a clear indication that we are talking. We're talking about something which is wishful thinking. It's a pure fantasy. When we have met the head of department of the Ministry for Environment, Energy, Security, well, I don't want to sort of think in terms of daydreaming. But what do we found in the document? We find a reference to the nuclear energy. And there were a number of things that are not feasible. So we should be worried about it. We do. We are very concerned because, you have to start designing something and use public money to do that, and then you will have to stop at that because the world will look away from what we're doing and act differently. So I'm very worried because in the bill on nuclear energy introduced by the government, you have a reference to communication. We see already a campaign, a very strong campaign to promote the nuclear energy and to sort of ensure that the young people are exposed to greenwashing, as it is. As if they were saying, well, nuclear means we're based on a scientific approach. Well, we should be worried about climate change. You shouldn't ignore the scientific community, but the young people that haven't read the book The Architect by Marcello Uncini, they mistake the science for technology, with technology. But of course, they were not prepared to that. We had a sort of a magazine called Knowledge that would explain how nuclear energy operated. But I would read the magazine, and I was informed about nuclear energy. So we have to sort of ensure that there is a proper debate on this. And the point which was also meant by the previous speaker is that it's not true that nuclear energy and other forms of energy are not compatible. Well, they said, you need a transition fuel kind, which is gas. They're trying to now redo the burden sharing with respect to renewables because there wouldn't be anything left for gas. So it's not true that the two things go together. Technically speaking, the renewables and gas don't go together. So it's something which is quite obvious. That there's something else that we need to consider. Apparently, nuclear energy today is very safe. On modular reactors, there is a huge safety problem. But I see and I hear in the overall debate that they would like to sort of reduce safety measures for that, envisage for that. So I don't think we can really accept this. This is something we have to sort of be very clear about. There is no possibility of reducing safety levels. Small modular reactors should attain the highest possible level of safety. Even with the best safety system in the world, they would not be welcomed, but with a limited safety system would be even worse. Eccoci. I agree with what was said by the previous speaker and the report that we listened to this morning. it's very useful to have data which are updated because we have to sort of have a solid basis, as Maria Grazia said, for our debate. I'm not going back to the question of costs and time and timing for this. We need to sort of answers for the enterprises and the families. Well, if the minister goes to the Terney plant and says, well, in 10 years, the nuclear will be very safe and will be able to do that sort of very quickly. And I agree with what Maria Grazia said about our interpretation of the energy plan of our country. We have said, well, it's written nuclear, but it is gas. Not only the gas that we get from the US, but if you go to the Ministry of the Environment website, you find 150 gas-based infrastructure, regasifiers, and others that used to be considered as pointless. We have methane networks between Puglia and Emilia-Romagna. We have reopened our policy with respect to drilling. Well, there may be drilling which is justified. So there is a sort of the energy picture which appears to be sort of driven by some that are putting pressure on everyone to follow that specific direction is the only direction, because renewables are not ready, and on the basis on unfounded grounds and which do not reflect the reality of our territory and the actual capacity that we have to produce renewables. It's not just a question of kilowatt hours. It's a question of industrial processes and what you can do in some areas of the country which show that we should sort of step up our efforts with respect to renewables. Who says the Italian energy system can be attained with renewables, but if you use nuclear energy, it's better. So I can't accept this document. Well, I'm only attending one referendum. The first referendum, I was too young to participate. But I'm worried because you need a solid base, so you have figures and clear indications, and you have a sort of a social pressures that have to be considered. Well, enterprises, undertakings represent a social series of requests and claims, and we can't deal with the areas of our countries if they were all different. We can't have a sort of a repository for of radioactive waste. You can't get this repository. You can't have sort of renewables, even if renewables have a high level of safety. So we are confronted with a government that is saying in 2035 we will have fusion, with the head of the government that says claims that we are going to be a leader in the fusion process. When we talk about fusion, we talk about nuclear fusion. So there's a problem in terms of the discourse, the narration. So they want to sort of make Italian citizens believe in their ideas. They do not have the same level of knowledge. Scientific knowledge that we have, sort of. So there is a discourse which hides the cost of energy, which is based on gas. And they don't say that there is a support that should be given to enterprises and to the development of renewables. So that is a very serious problem. So we should meet and talk about the renewables and how we can sort of organize better the plans. But sometimes we end up discussing about something that should not exist in this country. To have to go back to nuclear energy here in Italy is not based on any logical claim or anything. And we're most concerned with the idea that they would not provide an immediate answer to the emergencies that we are confronted with in our country. And there is no answer given to the families and the enterprises. If we have this answer in 2035, before we reach that date and before we have the first nuclear reactor, we'll have a huge problem to consider. And the government is not providing any answer to that. And the same goes for energy efficiency in buildings, which is very important. Regasifier, you build it in 6 months. To have a policy for new sort of certification of buildings, so it takes years. So I think that is not the sort of answers that you could give to citizens, environmental organizations. We have seen, well, wind energy is considered as the evil of the century. So we should try and sort of ensure that the various parts of the country be aware of these problems, and so that we bring pressure to bear on the government to give a better answer to that.
The last speaker here is Attilio Piattelli of the Free. I think he would like to speak about renewables rather than nuclear. But in front of these new projects that are coming late, what ENEL, the energy company, was going to do, well, as our friend Scalia said, that Mr. Descalzi was the real foreign minister of our country, being the head of the company. Well, I wish to thank all the speakers who have spoken to describe the report. I found it very interesting. And this information helps us. These are teachings for us so that we can see exactly where we stand in Italy. So they were most welcome, and I'm very happy that you chose Italy to present your report. Thank you very much again. And with respect to everything that was said, my real concern for Italy is what Maria Grazia said. Well, Maria Grazia said, nuclear is science. Well, my concern is that the narration now is devoid of all scientific significance. Now, a minister or a government representative should never say such things. Things that are voiced can be forgotten, but we have written documents that stay, and they say certain things that are not in line with other official documents. These this is information, this is data coming from the government. So we have an energy and climate agency that says nothing about safety or security, that nuclear is in favor of something which is 100% renewable rather than something that something that will only be available in 25 years' time. Now, we spent billions on gas, 17 billion in gas only in a couple of years. So if we think about the 7 groups that got together and produced 7 reports on 7 topics, well, in none of them do these figures appear. Not only do they not appear, but they say that nuclear energy is nonetheless more expensive than renewable sources. Now, there is a media, an information context that are scarcely democratic. If I am to be given some message, well, just give me something that there's a result of a political choice, but is not a set of lies. So if we want to go into technical matters, as a technical expert, certain things are meaningless in Italy. I can understand that China's going into nuclear energy. It has a growth of energy consumption that it has to decarbonize really fast. So it needs nuclear development so that decarbonization can happen as soon as possible. We don't have this problem. We can have our renewables grow. We have a huge potential there. So is this meaningful? Yes, go ahead with gas as far as you can, but there is modulation there, and you can't do that with nuclear. But this is not the reason, and they just keep talking about nuclear energy. And the worst thing is that industry is being convinced. They say it's folly, it's madness, because they say that we should rush into renewables. The only way of cutting down prices so that Italian industry may become competitive in Europe and see to it that it just doesn't die, because that's the real risk that lies ahead. Well, we have to go into renewables as fast as possible. So from my standpoint, that is the aim. And thank you for, once again, we've received information that is objective, we can use it, and really we can make a great use of and correct use of valuable information. And now, Pippo Nufrio from Greenpeace.
Grazie a Mycle Schneider.
Thank you to Mycle. Thank you for giving me the chance to be here. I'm picking up on what Mr. Piatelli said. We're faced with a government document that gives costs without demonstrating what lies behind. It's an ideological falsehood in a public document or a public deed. And a minister has put inside a plan that a technology that nobody has in the West. It's neither functioning nor is it being built. So I might say that we have to use a Star Trek technology and get beamed up somewhere. So really, I want to go to the contents of the document we received. The first thing I can say is that if we go through the entire history of EPRs as given by the report, we see that French technology, which we shouldn't ever go into on the basis of a memorandum signed by Mr. Berlusconi and Mr. Sarkozy. Well, the French technology built by the French in France, the report doesn't give the date, cost about 24 billion and not 4. 6 times what it was meant to cost. The EPR was supposed to cost 4 here, but it costs more than the first EPR. And if we shift to the United Kingdom, the EPR built in Elkwell costs more than the others. And if we go to Silkwell, cyber costs even more. So the technology that we blocked with a referendum in 2011 has led to an e-learning curve. The technologies, as time goes by, as one starts using them, see costs decline. And here, we're not just in a normal increase of the cost of nuclear energy, but we're faced with an increase of costs of the same kind of reactor built by the same companies, because nuclear in the United Kingdom are being built by EDF. So now we are proposed the MRs. Now there's only one project that has had a general safety approval. You know that general safety approvals are given, well, actually safety approvals are given through a general safety approval. And that's not enough, because reactors are not exact copies one of the other. But a certification was given for a 50 megawatt reactor in 2023. Then it was decided not to build the first plant because it was too expensive. Then the 50 megawatt one was shelved, and a 76 megawatt one was proposed. 50% power, more power. It had difficulty in getting certification. But something less cogent was assigned because heat flows from 50 to 70 megawatts are close to the heat flows within the large reactors. So this company that has been spending money, 2 billion over the years, and it hasn't come up with a single prototype. But it doesn't even have a program of what the modularity will be all about. Why should it cost less? Electricity would cost less if I build many reactors. And I had factories with components. And I use the components as little Lego parts, and then I put them together to make a reactor. So the report cannot take into account a study that has been issued now that goes into decommissioning or waste disposal. And in the new scale in the US, the cost of the new scale is 2.6 times that of the Upper So they had 2 plants in Georgia announced by Bush in 2001, and then they had to build 30 reactors. They started 4, 2 they shut them down, and Usinux went bankrupt, and Luxardo tells us that the cost of electricity of Upper in the United States, the existing reactor goes from $169 to $220 per megawatt hour. And what we're going to produce will cost 2.5 times all this. So this was said by Maria Grazia, this was said by Katyusha. The energy plans of this country are laid down by the National Hydrocarbon Agency. Now, this is a bizarre situation. China is going to transition, developing technologies that we invented in the West. We invented them, but we never developed them because others wanted us to consume the gas we're importing. Today, we have a risk of war more for this reason than for geopolitical reason. The West is losing any supremacy over the technology it invented. Others have picked up on them, used them. 1.5 billion people are obviously a huge market, greater than that of the Europeans and Americans put together. So they have their market and they don't have any oil interest. So the difference between them and the Chinese is that the Chinese, in addition to having a top-down and a directorate-like political system, they don't have policies such as the one of Germany. So what doomed us were the political interests of the old automotive, of the oil industry. When the Ford CEO says, comparing with the Chinese, it's degrading, it's humbling, and this is the state of situation. Our situation, our government is not working for Italy, in the interests of Italy, but it is based on a misunderstanding that the interests of E&I coincide with those of Italy. This was true in the past, it's no longer true. We're faced with the industrialist confederation position. They hope for the French solution. The money to build all that are all public monies. The EDF debt grew so much that it was nationalized. So we need to fight for truth and to push in a direction which is still possible. We have many success stories in Italy, and we need to work on them.
Kyoto Club has been thanked for organizing this session. I think that we live in a strange world. I followed what was said by the previous speaker. Well, for 25 years, the level of gases goes down, and we're talking about nuclear energy, something that doesn't work. Why do we talk about nuclear energy? We are very grateful for what Mycle Schneider and other authors that have spoken today, trying to clarify our debate in Italy. When you see that nuclear energy has had a peak of 17% in generating power in 97, quarter of a century ago. Now it's 9%. It says, well, but China is doing well. Tries to get rid of coal. Well, it was below 50% for the very first time this year. So, and they bring pressure to bear on renewables, so the level of renewables with respect to nuclear is much greater. If you consider China's production of photovoltaic is impressive. Well, it grows incredibly fast. What does it mean? It means that we do have something which is a weapon which is very strong, which is that represented by renewables for proper transition, energy transition. We could attain a number of very impressive results, and we could reduce the level of gas we use. Well, there's been a constant decline in the production of gas. So there's a great deal of confusion in the media on that. What's obviously the solution, which is being put forward in Italy as well, or just small reactors. Something which doesn't exist. We have two small plants in China and Russia, which are not doing very well. And the scale in the United States, NuScale failed, went bankrupt in the United States, unfortunately, because, they have not doing the right thing because they moved it from the generation right now, according to what Price Waterhouse says, is a problem. But the future lies elsewhere. China was way behind, but then caught up. We gave to China a small photovoltaic plant. And now they are the sort of the champions of photovoltaic. So that's where lies the true answer to decarbonize the energy sector. Costs are going down, both for solar and batteries, and that's a true revolution. In the introduction of the report of 3 or 4 years ago, there was a U.S. Consultant that had an important role in the U.S. and elsewhere. Renewables are the winning card. It's no point talking about nuclear energy. We now have a level of renewables which is much higher with respect to 6 years ago. So what are we talking about? Why can't we sort of do it better about renewables in Italy? Well, because we have a region such as Sardinia, which is somewhat stalling this. The idea of giving the regional authorities the possibility of sort of making a decision which is in conflict with the well-being of the country. So we thank speakers of today, because we will talk about what we heard today, because the message you hear in Italy today is that, well, nuclear will help us with the industry, etc. But it's nowhere in the world there is such a thing. Well, but China does work very hard on renewables and more than nuclear energy, and I think we should try and say that. I used to say about nuclear, too late, too costly. But today is even worse. One last point, because SMR were mentioned. People mentioned it. Over the last 50 years, plants were sort of becoming bigger and bigger to reduce unit costs. What happened that all the plants which were built in Europe and in the United States had such had problems. We decided to come down to smaller size plants. If you want to standardize and produce on a larger scale, you have to build hundreds of thousands of reactors to reduce prices. And then the SMR will be taller than the traditional reactor. It's unbelievable that this kind of message is being expressed by the policymakers. In Italy, there will never be nuclear energy. We will never go back to nuclear energy. It's a smoke screen which is being used for different reasons. We are working on renewables. We could do far more than what we're doing now by means of storage, but certainly will not be nuclear that will help in that. And then there was a reference to the automotive sector. Well, once again, the Chinese have understood, generally speaking, that energy transition will be the key to capitalism in the next 20, 30 years. So they have worked on electric cars, and they have worked on technologies and production. Today, an electric car from China is much better than what we have in the West. It's more sophisticated, it's more digital, it's much cheaper. So that we can't compete with them. We, as Europeans, we shouldn't sort of hold on our fortress, but we should try and become ally to some country so that we can reduce the unemployment in our territories with high quality products. But what is being suggested to try and support internal auto combustion, it's crazy. So rather than sort of trying to create sort of a niche for ourselves, but if we change our strategy, this is something which applies to mobility and it applies to energy transition, which could be a unique opportunity. But to achieve that, you shouldn't sort of try to think in terms of nuclear, which would lead us to catastrophe. So I think that we should try and sort of disseminate some very concrete facts and data so that people become well informed. And it would be a sort of a counter information, because what sort of information is being provided at a central level on nuclear, it's fuzzy. No one can understand what would be the role that it would play. But Italy's interest would be rather to consider energy transition as a unique opportunity in all sectors. Unfortunately, however, this energy transition is viewed as something which is in conflict with our well-being. So this is a very delicate issue, and we've got to be very clear and spell out what the situation is. So we'll have to sort of look into that even more in depth, because we are on the right side. There will be vetoes issued against, but then the vetoes will be done away with. If the country were to follow very strongly the energy transition pathway in the storage systems, That would be the way that we could arrive at 680. Well, what's the last mile? How can we work on the last mile? Well, that's interesting. We are developing this. Well, Germany and California have very ambitious goals, long-term storage that can guarantee what we need 24 hours a week, a month. Well, if we achieve that, then we achieve 80% and then 100%. But you need a vision and the capability to implement the policy from research to the administration, which is consistent with this approach.
C'è spazio per domande dal...
Any questions? I seize the opportunity to say that our Benedetto Scuderi and Annalisa Correda had to, are sailing on the flotilla towards Gaza. And so we wish them all the best.
Vedo richieste di domande.
I see no questions. Well then, we shall take Gianni's statement as the final conclusions, unless anybody has anything to add. Well, apparently not. Thank you, everybody. And thank you to those who conducted the study, which we will try to disseminate and spread out, and this together with the message, which is yes to renewables, no to nuclear energy, and let us not waste time.